Good evening. It's great to see everybody. In compliance with Chapter 551 Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, January 25th, 2024 at 6:05 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. So welcome, and thank you for joining us. All right, so first up, we've got the President's Report. Last night, the Board of Trustees met to discuss planning for upcoming community engagement sessions. And we're really excited about that. The board has chosen to implement a process for listening to the community to understand its shared vision and values. This is the first time we're going to be really doing this as this newly convened board. So that's going to be a good experience, I think. Community engagement and community outreach require two-way communication to ensure that the board understands the community's vision and values. And this work is going to help elicit feedback that we're going to use then to inform our scorecard. And so thank you to Ashley Paz, who is here with us tonight, our LSG coach, who ran that training for us. Let's see, the outreach will also allow us to discuss other issues that are important to Austin and to the board, including discussions around campus improvement for schools through the state accountability system and things of that nature. So more information on our outreach meetings will come during our February 8th information session and will be shared on our website through other outreach to the community. This week is also Holocaust Remembrance Week in Texas. During this week, all AISD schools take part in lessons on the historical significance of the Holocaust. Lessons are provided by the Texas Holocaust, Genocide, and Anti-Semitism Advisory Committee, and from our own AISD teachers and educators to teach students about the atrocities during the Holocaust, and provide lessons on community, tolerance, anti-bullying, and understanding the history of Jewish families and other victims of the Holocaust. We want to remind our older students, our family members, and community and staff that the last day to register to vote for the 2024 primary is on Monday, February 5th, 2024. The primary election will be held on March 5th, 2024, and early voting runs from February 20th to March 1st. So that's less than a month away that the early voting starts. People can go to Vote Texas, all spelled out, votetexas.gov, and through community partners like the League of Women Voters to learn more. And by the way, all AISD principals and many other of our staff are also voter registrars and can register parents, staff, and other community members. And I believe we also have some trustees who can register voters. Who are they? We've got Trustee Hunter, Gonzalez, and Boswell. So give them a hand. That's awesome. Thank you. So finally, I want to thank all of the students, teachers, and community members who sent in the wonderful posters that adorn these walls and gifts for trustees during School Board Recognition Month. That's every January. And so thank you to my colleagues for your commitment to Austin students and for all you do in this important but unpaid full-time job. We get paid in cookies and T-shirts and Yeti cups, and it's wonderful. So, all right, next, committee reports. Our next item is committee reports, and we have posted the written reports as an attachment to this item on our board docs agenda. If you want to know how to get to board docs, just Google Austin ISD board docs, DOCS, and you'll find it, or Austin ISD board meetings, and you'll find a link to this agenda with all the attachments. And this includes a committee report for the Austin Education Fund this month. So next up, we have the superintendent's report.
Good evening, President Singh and members of the board. We're going to pull up a slide deck here to take you through the superintendent's report. So first, we'd like to start off with the scholar in the Regeneron Science Talent Search of 2024. Let's celebrate the exceptional talent within our school community. Congratulations to Wendy Gang from LASA, who secured a title of scholar in the Regeneron Science Talent Search 2024. This prestigious science and math competition for high school seniors received a record number of applicants this year. Wendy's project earned a $2,000 scholarship and an additional $2,000 to LASA. Congrats once again, Wendy, for this outstanding accomplishment. Well done. Austin ISD All-State dancers shine at Texas Dance Educators Association 2024. 6 of our high school students have achieved a remarkable feat. They were selected for the All-State Dance Team in the 2024 Texas Dance Educators Association. You can see them there. These students representing Aikens, Crockett, Northeast, Travis, Bowie, and LASA showcase their dedication through workshops, dance classes, choreography lessons, alongside top dancers in the state. Their hard work and commitment led to a grand performance at the annual Texas Dancers Association Convention in Houston this month. Join us in congratulating these outstanding dancers for achievement and excellence at the state level. Absolutely incredible. McCallum High School guitar students recorded with director Robert Rodriguez. This is pretty cool. Get ready to be amazed by the musical talent of our McCallum High School guitar students. They had an incredible opportunity to collaborate with legendary filmmaker and composer Robert Rodriguez. McCallum's guitar ensemble was featured in a special recording at the Long Center where they captured the essence of Rodriguez's Spy Kids movie in a medley of songs. This outstanding achievement goes beyond the studio. It's an honor that their performance will be archived and embedded in music curriculum nationwide. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Austin ISD theater student named Thespian of the Month for the state of Texas. Sadie Dragu, a standout member of the Austin High School Red Dragon Players, has been named Thespian of the Month for the entire state of Texas by Texas Thespians. Sadie's leadership goes beyond the stage, and she warmly welcomes and supports fellow students. A great student, a talented thespian. Way to go, Sadie. Absolutely incredible. Austin ISD Performing Arts Center featured in Curtains Up article. It's pretty cool. Bravo to the Austin ISD Performing Arts Center and its staff. The PAC took center stage in the featured article Curtains Up, published in Mueller Magazine. The article beautifully captures the transformation of the PAC into a dynamic hub for cultural activity, highlighting year-round programs and showcases the dedication and enrichment our community through the arts. 7 Austin ISD students shine in Youth Art Month with winning designs. Pretty incredible. You can see them there. 7 of our budding artists have been selected to represent Austin ISD during Youth Art Month with their exceptional designs. In the annual Youth Art Month student exhibition, our students showcase their artistic prowess. The elementary t-shirt design winners, Rosie Lopez, Elise Murillo Villafranca, Elise Bulldog, Mia Weiselman, the invitation and poster design winner, River Peña. The 3 billboard design winners, Victoria Martinez, Ana Morales, and Antonio Avendando Gonzalez. Thanks to the generosity of A+ Federal Credit Union and Reagan Outdoor Advertising, these incredible designs will be featured on 10 billboards this spring. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I want to know where those are. We're going to tweet them out. Like, we'll go, make a little traffic jam and check it out. Unprecedented success. All Aikens CSI interns compete at state criminal justice competition. The regional competition in San Antonio served as a platform where our interns showcase their skills and dedication. This remarkable accomplishment not only highlights the exceptional talents of our students, but also speaks volumes about the high standards and commitment upheld by the Aikens Correctional Services internship. Just, you can see them all there, just incredible. You've heard a lot about them in the past, just a pretty awesome program. Moving on, LASA biotechnology instructor explores Spanish biotech ecosystem and embarks on Icelandic exploration. That was quite the, yeah, it's pretty incredible. LASA biotechnology instructor Joseph Olnichek embarked on a research journey to Spain last month to explore the biotechnology ecosystem. His professional development, funded by the National Science Foundation involved fieldwork in Barcelona and Madrid, including interviews with Spanish biotechnology professionals and visits to key institutions. Mr. Onichik also received a global teacher grant and is set to explore biotechnology education in Iceland. That's pretty impressive. Austin ISD Texas Music Educators Association All-State Musicians. 24 talented students have been chosen as Texas All-State Musicians and will grace the stage at the Henry B. Gonzalez Convention Center in San Antonio next month. This prestigious honor is the highest recognition a Texas music student can achieve. Out of the 70,000 students, these musicians have emerged as the top 1,875, a testament to their exceptional dedication and skill. Webb Boys Soccer First in Zone and Division Tournament. Webb Middle School is excelling on multiple fronts. Just want to highlight a couple here. The boys soccer team secured first place in both the zone and division tournament, showcasing their prowess on the field. A remarkable 6 Webb students earned a coveted spot in the All-City Band, a testament to their musical talent. And the 8th grade girls volleyball team earned the top spot in the zone tournament as well. Congratulations to the Webb students. Pretty awesome. EV buses have arrived. Lastly, do you know where I started my day? I started my day at the Southeast Terminal. It was awesome. I felt charged. No pun. No, I tried. We started today with an amazing press conference to showcase our new electric buses. We currently have 3 EV buses, and we received a $6.25 million grant thanks to Congressman Lloyd Doggett to add 25 more buses. And thanks to our voters, the 2022 bond will supplement this to add additional buses so that over time we can electrify our full fleet. I'm so proud to say we're beginning to make good on the commitment and promise that this board made back in October of 2022. Moves like this make Austin ISD stronger, and when we make schools stronger, we make Austin stronger. So just an incredible, they're very, very quiet. You'd be surprised just how they look different. So it's just fantastic. Trustee Boswell was there supporting the effort. A lot of support from local leaders, and just Trustee Gonzalez was there as well. And we had a really cool way to view the underneath of a bus with mirrors, so it just looks totally different. So very, very excited. And so lastly, do also want to express board appreciation, sincere appreciation from myself, from the administration, from AISD. You all work incredibly hard. I've worked alongside y'all, worked with y'all for a while now, not only in this role, but in my previous role, and just have just the greatest admiration for all the work that you do for our students. It is not easy. It's not paid, but really am grateful that you're leading this organization in that way. So wanted to say thank you, and I think we make truly an incredible team. So thank you very much. Just thank you, thank you, thank you. And that concludes the superintendent's report.
Fantastic. It actually says charged up in the script. So, all right, so we'll now move to public testimony for items on the consent agenda. Members of the public called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. We actually had no callers who signed up to speak in person, but we have one who left a recorded message, so we will now play that message. So listen carefully.
Hello, I'm calling regarding agenda item 13.1. On behalf of the speech therapist, I would like to say thank you to the board for your investment in kids. I personally encourage you to vote yes to Mr. Segura for superintendent. As you are in budget talks, we'd like you to please remember the speech therapist. As we are not getting paid what evaluators and our workload continues to increase, our department is hemorrhaging. We evaluate, provide service, and case manage. We don't just evaluate and move on to the next consent. We then do the art and provide service. We have over 20 vacancies that are being covered by expensive contractors that must be trained and mentored by those of us who remain. We hope that you will continue to work towards making the SPED team strong by saying yes to a strong superintendent and better work and pay conditions for the speech therapist. Thank you.
All right, so that concludes public testimony. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? No. Okay. All right. So thank you, trustees. As a reminder to the public, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. So before we move into our scorecard monitoring and business items for tonight, the board will convene an executive session for, I would say, maximum 20 minutes, 20, 30. Okay. Trustee Hunter saying 30. So apologies for that, but as you know, sometimes things come up. We got to talk about them before we come back out here and talk about them out here. So we're going to do that now. We will recess the open meeting at 6:20 PM and move into exec session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we are finished with the exec session, we will return to the open session. So thank you to everyone for your patience. Thank you to everyone for your patience. We will now reconvene the open meeting at 7:29 PM. So our next item is part of our commitment to discuss student achievement. Tonight, we will be monitoring goal progress measures for goals 1 and 2 over the middle of the year, grade 3, MAP growth for both reading and math. Before we hear our presentation, we need to confirm that our monitoring report is complete. So does anyone have any evidence that the elements of an effective monitoring report are not present? Okay. So, and just as an FYI, the elements are the goal, the data. Hold on, I should have it memorized, but I don't. The interpretation of the data and the evidence and plan. Okay, so since everyone agrees that the required elements are present, we will turn the floor to Superintendent Segura for the presentation.
Good evening, President Singh. Thank you for the opportunity. Today we have, as part of the team presenting alongside me, Patty Rodriguez, Deputy Superintendent of Teaching, Leading, and Learning, Dr. Marianne Maxwell, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Academics, Ms. Lakeisha Drinks, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Schools, and Dylan Feenan, Director of Campus and District Accountability, to share tonight's scorecard presentation. And so if we could bring that up, and we'll get going. Fantastic. So again, this is part of our monitoring process, goal progress monitoring 1.1 and 2.2. MAP growth. And for community awareness purposes, just want to acknowledge this is a combination of two monitoring goals. And the reason for that is just the timing of the data. One of the things that we always recognize is we receive the data, we analyze the data, we identify root causes, and then we identify strategies to address potential opportunities. And so the data in this report was collected shortly after Thanksgiving break. We work with our teams to produce that, and then we move on with the presentation. So just wanted to make sure that was communicated clearly before we got going. So as we move on to slide 2, I definitely want to point out that scorecard goals 1 and 2 monitor student performance on the 3rd grade STAR assessment on a yearly basis. These goals are monitored throughout the school year via goal progress measures GPMs 1.1, 1.2, 2.1, and 2.2. GPMs 1.1, 1.2, 2.1, and 2.2 use MAP STAR projected proficiency, or SPP, values to monitor student achievement. And so as we move to slide 3 and on to, so we're going to cover 1.1 and 1.2, and then in the second half of the presentation, we'll cover the next. So just being very specific, goal 1 and progress monitoring measure alignment. So goal 1, 3rd grade students earning meets grade level on the STAR reading assessment in English or Spanish will increase from 49% in June of 2020 to 60% by June 2026. And then growth progress measure 1.1, which is meant to be a predictor of the outcome. Students identified on the reading MAP assessment for 3rd grade at the on-grade level or above will increase from 35% in June of 2021 to 60% by August 2026. And then growth progress measure 1.2, students identified on the reading MAP assessment for 2nd grade at the on-grade level or above will increase from 24% in June of 2021 to 60% by August 2026. And so I'm going to hand it off to Dylan to take us through some of the data slides, and then we'll continue on with the presentation.
Okay, so if we look at the results for 1.1, we see that in fall, we had 43% of students that were projected to be at meets grade level or above. Something I want to note here is that the GPMs are noted as on grade level. That's reflected as meets grade level and above when we look at STAR projected proficiency. So you'll hear me say meets grade level and above, and that is what is considered on grade level as it's written in the GPMs. And when we got to the winter MOI assessment, 44% of students were projected to be at meets grade level and above. Our end of the year STAR goal is 50% of students at meets grade level and above. When we look at GPM 1.2, which is 2nd grade reading, 43% of students were at meets grade level or above at the fall administration, and 44% once again were at meets grade level and above for the winter administration. We don't have a STAR target for second grade students because they do not take the STAR assessment, but we still are hoping that they will be at 50% meets grade level and above. And we do this because we want our second graders entering third grade ready to achieve those goals that we have set out for third grade students. I will say we made a correction to this slide. When I first created the table, I included fall values that were based on the previous methodology in the scorecard, and that was looking at English students only. Upon reflection on questions that the board provided, speaking with Superintendent Segura and Dr. Maxwell, we felt it was better to facilitate a comparison if we went back and recalculated those using the current methodology of the new scorecard. So that's why you received a change on those values. So if we look at GPM 1.1, which is third grade reading, these graphs are similar to what you've seen in the past. We're looking at the blue bar in the middle, which represents meets grade level and above, and the trend line or the line up top is our goal. So ideally what we want to see is that bar reaching that dotted line. So we have 44% of third grade students have a STAR projected proficiency value of meets grade level or above. AISD is currently 6 percentage points shy of meeting our end of the year goal, which is 50% at meets grade level or above, and that equates to approximately 330 students shy of that goal. If we look at GPM 1.2, students identified in second grade at meets grade level or above, we have 44% of students at meets grade level or above. This is, once again, 6 percentage points shy of our 50% goal, and that equates to about 243 students shy of that goal. Now, we've also done some additional analysis based on demographic groups in the appendix that you can see, and based on that additional analysis, you'll see that intensive interventions and accelerated instruction are needed if we are going to achieve our 23, 24 goals in reading. Students experiencing poverty have lower performance levels across all racial groups, and Black or African American students are not performing on par with their peers regardless of economic status. A highlight here is that Black or African American students not experiencing poverty are the only racial group not experiencing poverty that are not performing on par with their peers, meaning the whole third grade class, the results within the whole third grade class. So now we're going to get into GPMs 2.1 and 2.2, and this is mathematics. So we previously talked about reading performance, and now we're switching to mathematics performance. So goal 2, third grade students earning meets grade level on the STAR math assessment in English or Spanish will increase from 51% in June 2020 to 60% by June 2026. We monitor this with GPM 2.1 and 2.2. GPM 2.1 states students identified on the math map assessment for third grade at the on grade level or above will increase from 43% in June of 2022 to 60% in June of 2026. GPM 2.2 states students identified on the math map assessment for second grade at on grade level or above will increase from 30% in June 2022 to 60% in June 2026. If we look at our data table here, we see that for 2.1, we had 33% of students in third grade projected to be at meets grade level or above in math. At the winter administration, we had 35% of students projected to be at meets grade level or above. And once again, our end of the year target is that we get 50% of students to that level of meets grade level or above on the STAR assessment. For second grade students in math, which represents GPM 2.2, in the fall, we had 28% of students projected to be at meets grade level and above. In the winter administration, we had 27% of students projected to be at meets grade level above. And once again, second grade students don't take a STAR assessment, but we are hoping that we will get 50% of them at meets grade level and above so that when they enter third grade, they're on track to reach those third grade goals. If we look at GPM 2.1 with the graph, like I said, 35% of students are projected to be at meets grade level or above. This is 15 percentage points below our target of 50%, and this equates to approximately 824 students shy of meeting our goal. If we look at GPM 2.2, We have 27% of students projected to be at meets grade level or above. This is 23 percentage points shy of meeting our goal. And this equates to approximately 1,261 students shy of achieving that goal. When we looked at our takeaways, they're consistent with what we see in reading. We need intensive interventions and accelerated instruction if we're going to achieve these goals by the end of the year. And we have a larger lift in mathematics than we do in reading. There's much more students that need these types of interventions if we're going to achieve this goal by the end of the year. Students experiencing poverty have lower performance levels across all racial groups. And Black or African American students, once again, are not performing on par with their peers regardless of economic status. And we see the same trend that even Black and African American students not experiencing poverty are not performing on par with their peers in both grade levels.
Sorry, Dylan. Maybe we just switch seats. How's that? It's easier. Okay, good evening. So we've just shared our goals and our current student outcomes and the areas of opportunity. And understanding our data is very important so that we're able to counter the sources of our students and why some are underperforming. So based on our current reality, we know that there are some learning gaps that are presented in the data. The student outcomes that are shared are our responsibility from district staff and district leaders. And we know that our response has to be immediate and they have to be very precise. And so we recognize that there are some very key areas that we have to focus on immediately. One of those areas is providing interventions that are targeted, and they target very specific skills and deficits in learning. And we want to make sure that we are using reliable data. So in this instance, it would be our MAP data, in order to provide and monitor consistently and determine if the interventions that we are implementing are actually making a difference. And we have to do that consistently and over time. Secondly, we have to provide accelerated instruction. And that means that we aim at making very significant changes in a very short amount of time. This could include additional one-on-one. It can include additional within Tier 1 instruction, also include some differentiation, and also some small groups. We understand that our students are going to need multiple opportunities in order to engage in these lessons. And so we understand that accelerated instruction is also another area that we must focus on immediately. And then lastly, we know that we have to have some strategies in order to address very specific students. And our strategies would have to yield some very high yield outcomes. They should be inclusive, they should be culturally responsive, and they should be designed to address the unique needs of all of our students. And now to go into a little bit of some of those very specific strategies that we have implemented and that we are working on and still exploring, I'll pass it over to Dr. Maxwell.
Good evening. So our first piece of business here was to look at those instructional strategies and start having discussions about them so that we could identify what we really thought would be high yield, high impact for our students. You'll hear us talk a lot about prioritization and about narrowing the focus tonight. So that's really what we're wanting to do as a response to this data. So we got together as an elementary team, and this is school leadership, and this is academics together, went over a lot of observation data that we'd had all throughout the spring semester, from classrooms that we've walked through and campuses that we visited, conversations with campus leaders and teachers, and started to narrow down what are some things that we've seen in the classroom, what do we know works for pedagogical strategies that do affect minoritized students, that do improve outcomes for large populations of students that we have, such as economically disadvantaged and English learners. And we narrowed that down to a couple of strategies that we wanted to focus on in the spring. Lots of instructional strategies are out there, but we chose these because of the research base and just because of where we wanted to meet our campuses and our teachers where they are right now. Some of this, they've had a little bit of previous training, but we've, over the past several years, experienced in education, as we know, a lot of turnover. These prioritized campuses that we'll talk about tonight have experienced even higher rates of turnover. And so even though we may have introduced a strategy or introduced some training a few years ago, we've found that not very many people are left in the room that feel like they're experts in these strategies. So we wanted to really prioritize the strategies, but also the people that we were delivering it to. And so at the district level, we developed a training on one of our strategies. We'll talk about those in a little more detail in a minute. And we developed a trainer sessions for district level staff. This is a combination of all of our departments, executive directors, MET specialists, MTSS specialists, academic coaching specialists, early learning specialists, so everyone on the academics teams that go out and directly support campuses and classrooms. And trained them on the initial piece of these strategies so that not only could they turn it around to campuses after that, we had a team of about 40 or 50 people with us that day right before we left for break, but also so that they would feel comfortable in the strategies enough to support teachers in their delivery and implementation of these. So we looked at all 78 of our elementary campuses, various data points and experiences with these campuses, and we tiered them for differentiated support, knowing that some of our campuses need additional support. They face additional challenges, and we really want to begin to address that in how we support our campuses. And so on January 8th, when we came back, we provided this first session to 20 prioritized campuses. In-person session, all teachers were there, administrators were there, instructional coaches, just any instructional staff on the campus, they were there. And so they received this training, this first training, again, in person, very active. They got to practice these strategies with each other in a low-risk environment so that they were more ready to go back into the classroom, and then had some planning time at the end of the session so they could actually pull up their lesson plans for the unit coming up and integrate these strategies into their lesson plans for the next few weeks. And then as we've, after delivering the training, now we're in the process of providing coaching and feedback, observations on these trainings through on the training implementation through instructional rounds, so that we're providing good feedback to our teachers and then identifying if we need ongoing PD and support for this. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There will be more coming from this. Our first strategies that we are focusing on, one comes from Talk, Read, Talk, Write. It is a resource that was developed through the Seidlitz Education Group, written by Nancy Motley. So it's a pre-pandemic publication. Lots of good trainings happened on it at the time. And it's really focused on building, intentional building of language, vocabulary. It's a great support for English learners. It is also really critical for any student that is building vocabulary. So it's a additional good training for building background knowledge, vocabulary for economically disadvantaged students. So we're trying to get several populations with this. And then also just talking a lot in the classroom builds a classroom of collaboration. And so we're addressing collaborative learning as well. Again, that is a pedagogical strategy that addresses a lot of minoritized populations that come from more of a collective learning background, which is Retta Hammond's work. So the structured conversations is just the first piece of that. There's more to that. We just wanted to start with a small bite that was very easy to implement for teachers and easy to train on, so we just get going on it right away. Our next chunk that we'll take is informal assessments. And so these are just very natural assessments that happen in the classroom, very unobtrusive. I might be a teacher and ask students a question to do a quick check. I might ask a question and ask them to hold up a response board very quickly with their answer, erase it, put it back down. They're just very natural assessments that fit into just the teaching cycle. So nothing's formal that you would sit a student down and give, just part of that teaching cycle. And so the priority campuses, which Ms. Drinks will talk a little bit about more in a second, these are the campuses that we really wanted to intensify our support for. So really our goal here is to overserve our traditionally underserved population. So we're really talking about not exact equality for services for everybody, but differentiated support so that it's equity in support and not equality.
So the campuses on this slide have been identified as our priority campuses, and they were selected based on STAR performance, map growth achievement, historical data, staffing needs, and also requests from principals. And so the campuses are identified priority, not because we're asking them to do more. So it doesn't mean more assessments. It means that actually the opposite. The plan is for us to do more for them in regards to providing more resources and more supports. So again, a lot of our work is centered around professional development. As Dr. Maxwell mentioned, we have a good number of novice teachers in our classrooms right now. Actually, when I was helping to lead the professional development at Norman Sims, we had 3 campuses clustered there. It was Norman Sims, Pecan Springs, and Andrews. And I asked a question, who remembers Talk, Read, Talk, Write? And I think about 5 people raised their hand. And that was very powerful for me because that's 3 campuses. And it really gave me context of how many novice teachers we have in our classrooms. And so again, that was very important as we plan our action steps moving forward. So as Dr. Maxwell mentioned, we had a trainer of trainer session with our executive directors and then all of the other central office academic supports. And then we provided this training, structured conversation training in partnership. And the feedback that I've received from campuses is that it was very powerful and that it represented that we're all on the same page. And there have been, points in time to where there was an academic vision and then there was a school leadership vision. And so during my presentation, I presented with Dr. Maxwell, a representative or 2 from the Met, and then a couple of our coaches from early childhood. And so again, just, I think a very powerful message, and also that, we are here to support. And so we supported our priority campuses by actually providing the professional learning for them. So in some cases, we do practice a trainer of trainers model to where we bring in principals and we'll bring in their instructional coaches and we'll train them and they'll take it back to their teachers. But in this case, we went out and we provided the training for the 20 campuses because that was also one less thing that those principals have to do. Like they're still, working on staffing, they're leading PLCs and all of those things. And so I did hear from a couple of principals that it felt supportive. It wasn't like something that we came and dictated that they do, that we came out and it was very engaging. We took teacher feedback. And so we did conduct a survey and we got very positive feedback. And some things that we learned from the survey is that the teachers appreciated the bite-sized strategy. I know a couple of board meetings ago, there was some talk about our instructional playbook. And our instructional playbook is a fabulous resource, but it has lots of plays, right? And so if you're overwhelmed and you're not really sure which strategy is going to be the most effective, it can be a little cumbersome to work through. And so we really broke it down to figure out like what has the highest impact, which strategies that we could implement rather quickly. In most cases, the 20 campuses had already done some work around those strategies, and this was just more of like building capacity. And then we also learned that the teachers appreciate the engagement that resulted from having an in-person learning opportunity. And so that's something else that we're mindful of is that whereas we know that the learning isn't quite what we would like it to be when students are learning, on devices, it can be true for our adult learners as well. And so some campus highlights is we are continuing to see increases in teachers using concrete to abstract as a mode to teaching, so allowing students to explore and start with hands-on learning opportunities before moving to a more abstract learning approach. And so we are seeing an increase as our teachers become more familiar with our new math adoption STEM scopes. Again, as Dr. Maxwell mentioned, we are really focusing on collaboration, and the structured conversations lends itself to that. Our campuses that are experiencing high growth in our MAP growth assessment, and the students are demonstrating accelerated growth. really attribute that to goal setting as one of their key practices, like students knowing where they are and where they need to be and working together with their teacher on a plan. And so that is something that we are really working with all of our campuses on, to have a clear model for goal setting and monitoring the students' progress.
So this next piece is about some trainings that we gave to principals on responses to data. When you look at MAP data, it is very rich, offers a lot of information, but it's sometimes the same thing that we run into with all data. If it's too much data, too much information, it gets difficult to act on and really know what is the best move and would be most impactful for students. And so what we did is we sat down, we offered this training to all principals, so this was at a principal session, and we went through MAP data actually from the teacher lens, all the way, drilled all the way down to students, and talked about skill-based groups rather than just grouping students overall based on their score. So this was a little bit of a new learning and a new way to look at how to group our students so that we're really focusing on very specific skills that they need. And then we helped, as again, we're talking about focus, we helped them narrow the focus to, this is what we have left in the spring. We mentioned one of our key takeaways is that we have a short amount of time to provide intensive interventions and accelerated instruction. And so when that happens, you're in the springtime, you want to narrow what you're focusing on for topics, for content, so that students have an opportunity to really dig deeply into that, and teachers have an opportunity to give enough intervention time and intervention groups to students to give them opportunity to really master things. If you try to do that with all of your topics, all of your standards, you'll get lost in it, especially when you're working with half a year. So we talked through with principals how to lead teachers in not just the identification of students, but really prioritizing which areas and topics in literacy and numeracy to focus on. Per our suggestions, always everyone's data looks a little bit different, but in general, you know which ones are your heavy hitters and which ones have the most impact and leverage for learning later, not just at that grade level. And then, if appropriate, diagnostics would help a teacher understand if a student is really struggling. There might be some other diagnostics that we could give that really help the teacher understand where those intervention skills lie. And then we provided connected instructional resources so that once teachers go through this, we have the exact things in their hands that would help them provide those interventions. As a district, we're looking at those more and more through our MTSS processes to really make sure that we're providing those things district-wide. But there are lots of things that we have across the district. Some of them vary across campuses, but we tried to stick with, for sure, although we have a lot of those, things that they already have in their hands. So how to use even our current, for example, STEM Scopes math adoption to dig into those lessons, find intervention resources within all of that curriculum, and use those intervention lessons for the students. It gets a little tough sometimes as a teacher. You taught it the best you could the first time you taught it, and so you need some additional good quality resources to teach it the second time in a different way. So we walked principals through that process. We also talked to them during the session about the upcoming interim, how to use that data, how to make it valuable, and how to help pair that data with their MAP data so that we're making sure that we are getting the right students in intervention groups so that we can have the most impact for the spring. And again, on this next slide, we're going to talk about prioritization. So we offered this to all campuses, but what we're doing during the spring is as we go out and visit campuses, talking with teachers, in some cases we're going out and working with teachers themselves in PLCs to make sure that they feel comfortable going through this data process and comfortable forming intervention groups. And in some cases, our teams are actually side by side with teachers, and they'll be helping perform those interventions with students. So this emphasis at this point too, we're looking at early literacy and numeracy skills to begin making sure that we're building the right pathway for students. And we're doing that with our priority campuses. I know we would love to do it for all 78. We definitely want to offer the training for all 78, answer any questions, but our priority 20 campuses will get our most attention as far as follow through, coaching afterwards, and working with teachers in depth to make sure that they feel comfortable with these processes. Another thing that we're doing with this is, you see the last bullet there on priority campuses, is we're setting up, in the February, we'll be starting meetings with the parent support specialists. So we know that the teacher can't do it all, and the parents want to be helpful and need the tools to be able to do that for their students. And so parent support specialists are a great connection, and also they need the tools to be able to work with parents. And so we're going to talk to them, and we're starting that process of helping them identify these are our priority campuses, but then also as we look at our information for our students and our families, these are our families that we can connect with the most, so that we're making sure we're connecting with them, but then we're also giving them the tools. When they get that family report, when they're looking at that information for their child, they have something in their hands to actually be able to help at home, to support what's happening in the classroom as well.
So we spoke some already about principal training. One practice that has not been effective for us in the past as a district is training the campus leaders last, or providing them simply with an overview of the programs and the learning that we dig more deeply into with our teachers. And so we are actually working in reverse now. And so we're bringing in our campus leaders first, because they are the first layer of support for our teachers once they are on campus implementing our new strategies and programs. And so we're walking the principals through a turnaround plan for their learning. So what does this look like on your campus? What are your immediate action steps? What are your goals for the next 6 weeks? And then what support do you need from us as a team in order to implement these action steps effectively? And so you'll see in our identifying action step picture that we actually had 3 principals together, and they were sharing their action steps publicly with their teachers after the structured response training. So we've identified our key areas of multi-year focus. We spoke about the fact that our students will need interventions in accelerated instruction in both reading and math. And so in order to make that happen, we definitely need to strengthen our multi-tier system of support, so that we're able to identify interventions and then also establish protocols for progress monitoring. We also have to be very intentional that we are working across the district and in every department to prioritize supports for our campuses that are experiencing the greatest challenges. And so work has already started as we address these 2 areas of need, although we recognize that there is still much more work to be done. And that concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you so much for this presentation. Thank you, Superintendent. So we will now open the floor for our monitoring conversation. So as a reminder, we have asked questions that are of a technical or tactical nature before tonight's meeting. Trustees have submitted those to the administration, and you can find those Q&As again on board docs. Those questions, and so the public can see those. Now, our questions during the meeting will be of a strategic nature, meaning we will ask questions to help us understand how the reality for our students is aligning with their vision. And we also have this purple sheet that Trustee Boswell put together, which is very handy. It summarizes a lot of the tips that we've received from Lone Star Governance as well, to just kind of remind us how to really be in alignment with the reality and the vision of Lone Star Governance as we ask these questions. So I know that Trustee Kaufman had some really good questions, so I'm going to start with Trustee Kaufman, if that's okay, to see if you have any questions or comments.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the detailed presentation and for sharing the data and the strategies. I did submit all these questions in advance, but not with a request that they be answered in writing or not to post them, because I just wanted to give a heads up of what I'd be asking. But I am curious, when we look at the third grade, the second and third grade reading data that was reported, and it's showing at roughly 44% of students at or above grade level. What is your understanding of the root cause of that student performance for second and third grade reading?
So thank you for that question. There's actually multiple layers here when we're looking at root causes. And I don't want to throw one blanket statement and say this is what it is, because it is multiple factors that come into play. First and foremost, when we're looking at reading, we do have opportunities to have a stronger phonics routine in every single classroom. We do notice through observations and through feedback from coaches that there's a variety of different tools, resources, instructional strategies that are being used. And this is just one specific example. But we really need to support our leaders and our teachers in really identifying what those best practices are. And we've seen that work has already started so that that we're aligned. So we need coherence, right? And we also understand that there are specific essential elements when we're talking about core content areas, that there are also opportunities there for us to support our teachers in understanding how do we take it from the book and from theory, and what does it look like in practice. And again, I think really focusing and starting with our leaders in mind first, because we always start with our teachers. We bring them in for professional development, and a lot of times it is a one-time professional development, and then we are looking for coaches to support them when the coaches haven't had the training, right? And our leaders are supposed to provide feedback, but our leaders haven't had the training. And so I'm not saying that that is the thing or that is the root cause, but that is one of them. Also, we definitely want to ensure and support our teachers and everyone across our district and make sure that we're using the resources and we're using our curriculum with skillful fidelity. It is not scripted. Teachers have autonomy, but we definitely want to help them and support them to be more confident in using the resources, because that is the only way that we can guarantee that we have alignment and, more importantly, that we have the rigor. There are other things that come into play, and I can just, list them, but they really, truly are part of the root causes. Our students that enter any grade level with a learning gap to begin with have to be with a very experienced and skilled teacher. We know we have some challenges there. We also know that there has to be a very well-planned and thought-out Tier 1 teach and a first-time teach that is super strong. That adds to it as well. We also know that there are very prescriptive interventions that our teachers and our leaders really need a lot more training on. And again, we have started that work. And we want to make sure that when students are going into small groups and we're utilizing the intervention model and really strengthening our MTSS, which is a big rock that we are going to make sure that our teachers and our leaders are aligned with. We want to make sure that it's super prescriptive. So we have to depend on reliable data. So the one common theme that I think that you see throughout of everything that we're listing is that we have to have coherence, and that is where the opportunity is, and that is definitely one of, not the, but one of the root causes.
When we look over time at the third grade map data, it shows from 44% in spring of 2021-22, and then 44% 2 years later in winter of 23-24. And I would, so given that those results remain roughly stay the same for that 2 year period, what, and you may have already answered most of this in there, but what have you learned about the strategies being used from that kind of steady rate?
Right. So you see that static nature of the scores. You've got a quick jump post-pandemic, and then it's been static since then. So it's a little difficult, or maybe possibly early, to tell for sure which strategies, because it does take some time for implementation. One of the biggest strategies that we've done is this past year, starting in the spring and then full rollout on campuses, is training and then implementation of our foundational skills for K-3. So it will take a little bit longer to show up in third grade, very likely, than it will in K1-2, where K1-2, you can really focus on those foundational skills. Third grade, your time is always a little bit competing with heavier comprehension skills that you're also trying to do as you shift into less foundational work. So it might be that it takes a little bit for that to reach third grade, but I think that strategy of really just offering our teachers the resources, training on the resources, and having consistency with high-quality instructional materials for foundational literacy, eventually we'll see the gains of that in third grade. It's possible that we're seeing the gains of that in second grade right now. There is a difference in our second grade MAPS scores in reading. From 22-23, there was a bump up into the 23-24 school year. So it's possible that we're beginning to see the effects of that. That's on top of, lots of training and things that just the state in general has done, but more to the point in Austin ISD, just talking more about early literacy, making sure the understandings are a little bit stronger. I think by no means should we rely on the reading academies as a sole source of professional development, because there just wasn't a lot of time for practice of that, lots of time for learning, but not as much time for practice. Now we're going to begin to see, I think, the effects of the implementation and the practice of these things with the materials in the hands of the teachers.
And so you addressed that a little, you made reference to the second grade data that did show that jump from 34% in 21-22 to 43% in 23-24. Really 34 to 32, and then this big jump this past year. So what is you mentioned that, but what else could you say about your understanding of that increase, about what's working, what's not working in second grade?
Right. Again, it might be a little early to tell because we just have only had a few months of this strategy. This has just been, the students took this middle of year assessment in December, actually just coming back from the Thanksgiving break is when that window opened. So it's a little bit lagging data, and it was right on top of the heels of the beginning of year as well. So not a lot of time in between those two things for implementation, but I do think especially and we're not looking at K1 data, but internally we're setting up structures to look at that much more consistently, and so that's where you will begin to see the jump a little more in those earlier grade levels that focus on the foundational skills like we have been. So I think this might be an early indicator of that.
Would that reflect a difference in the assessment from second to third grade, that the second grade assessment may be assessing more the foundational skills than the comprehension?
Actually, no, because our second grade takes the 2-5 MAP test, and our K1 students take the K2 test. And so for various reasons, you can look at it various ways, but the second graders take the same assessment as third, fourth, and fifth grade. You don't get the same foundational skills information from the assessment. The reading is a little more difficult, especially at the beginning of the year. But as you measure progress and as you measure proficiency, projected proficiency, you get that with the 2-5 test, and you don't get that as much with the K1 test.
Okay. I'll pause for now. I have the same questions really around math, but I'll pause for now.
Appreciate it, thank you. Trustee Hunter, any questions?
Good evening, and thank you. Interim Superintendent Segura, I have a few questions. In attachment 1 on page 7, which is GPM 1.2 second grade reading, and page 13, which is GPM 2.2 second grade math, currently, second graders are not on track. What have we been doing, and what about that isn't working?
So I think, one of the things that Dr. Maxwell just mentioned was just allowing, our system to begin to respond to some of the things that we did just in the recent past. So if you look back to spring of last year, we had similar conversations around, early literacy, third grade reading, numeracy, third grade as well. And we made a decision at that time to go ahead and tackle K3 curriculum. And, we went through a process. We invited teachers in. We, were able to procure the curriculum and then distribute the resources over the course of the summer. And then training was provided. And so, I think one of the things that we're running into now, we also committed by way of the board for Literacy First. And so, as the team and as the system and as all of us kind of work together over the course of the fall semester to ensure that all those investments are being done with fidelity, that we have the professional development matriculated into the classroom. And what you heard from the team, I think, is critically important, is that the focus is on professional development and resources to support campuses, not on pushing students to outcomes, right? It's really focusing on the system as a whole. And I think one thing that Lakeisha just mentioned regarding, the teachers that we have now in the professional development that they have now and the skill sets they have now may not be the same teachers that were here 2 years ago, right? And so I think for us, it's the investments that y'all made, that we made as an organization, having those roll out over the summer in this fall, begin to really implement with fidelity, having all of the individuals in the organization come together and begin to move the work forward. I think we're going to begin to see more leading indicators, and then in the near future begin to see more and more jumps. I do think some barriers that I've observed are just the system having the space to really absorb the professional development that's required to move it to where we want it to go. We're limited on the amount of time that we can take, honestly, from educators to provide professional development. We have other things that are competing for professional development. And so just being really intentional about how we engage with our educators is critically important. And so as we move forward, you heard us talk about MTSS. That is going to be one of the biggest lifts that we have as an organization in the near future. Data, I think, is critically important. We talked about how we use it. But the system as a whole, so that teachers and principals and staff can pull what they need to make informed decisions and support our students, that's going to be a transition over the course of this semester. So, we're building. I think there's still a ways to go, but as the team said, it's going to take a little bit of time. But hopefully, we're beginning to see some of these leading indicators and begin to track the right data to ensure that our students are where they need to be, in third grade. Means tracking kindergarten, tracking first grade. And so one of the things that's going to be, I think, also useful as we talk about the scorecard over the next couple of months is making sure that the scorecard and the growth progress measures that we include in it are aligned and that we're tracking the right things, but that we're also not over-assessing, right, which is critically important. So I don't know, team, if there's anything else you'd like to add that I may have missed, but I don't know, Dr. Maxwell or Lakeisha? Okay, it's fine.
Okay. In attachment 1, on page 8, key takeaways for reading, and on page 14, key takeaways for math. Number 1 says intensive and accelerated instruction are needed to achieve the goal in reading or math. So part of the question has been answered already. What have we been doing? And the second part of the question is, what about that isn't working? And then I have a point of clarification. And in the same attachment on page 17, it says that instructional strategies are going to be structured conversation, knowledge checks, response boards, and checks for understanding. Are these those intensive and accelerated instructions that are referenced in on page 8 and page 14?
So I'll speak to the first part and then hand it over to Lakeisha. I think one of the things that I was certainly mindful of when this presentation was submitted was the intensive interventions and the wording of it. I think for us, when we think of intervention, we think of it as supporting the campus as a whole, not necessarily kind of coming in and pushing, for a short period of time, because what we want is sustained outcomes, not just a quick, change to meet a specific, short-term goal. That's not what this is about. So, as the team described in their presentation, everything that we're talking about is meant to be sustained long-term. And so I understand, how the intensive interventions and accelerated instruction, how that can kind of be viewed, but that's not, I think, philosophically the intent. It's really to support the campuses and specifically those who have been historically underserved. So Lakeisha, I'm not sure if you want to, or Dr. Maxwell, anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I think we both have some points to add. So I think regarding what's not working, I wouldn't say that it's something that we're implementing that isn't working. I think that the root cause of this data are things that we need to implement that we are not. And so with that, it really what does come into the MTSS process, clearly identifying for teachers the resources for them to use for each tier of instruction, and also giving them supports around creating groupings. And so in Dr. Maxwell's portion of the presentation, she mentioned that we were working with teachers to guide them through analyzing the MAP growth data to select the high leverage strategies or skills for the students and to really focus in on that. But then also not just having that expectation, but also pair it with the resource. And so that is where we've lacked clarity. And so we have, Campus A using, resource X for their intervention. We have Campus B using a different resource. And with that, it does make it difficult to identify a root cause for the data. And so again, really alignment is critical for us to be able to really dig into the data and identify the root causes. You referenced the structured conversations and the informal assessments. Those are not intervention tools. They're like tier 1 strategies that lend themselves to a more quality tier 1 experience for students, which then minimizes the number of students that actually need an intervention. Is that it?
That was perfect.
Good. And then in attachment 2 on page 3, which is third grade reading, and page 6, third grade math, the current data shows the percentage of all students at meets grade level to be 50%. Looking at the different student groups, what have you learned about differentiated strategies to address the needs of Black, Hispanic, emerging bilinguals, and students receiving special education services?
Yeah, Tim, do you want to go ahead and tackle that one first?
So a lot of our presentation tonight was really focused just on that. So, and like Ms. Drinks mentioned, I think what we've learned is that a lack of prioritization and a lack of focus on our most underserved students and campuses has not served our students well, has not served our campuses well. And the strategies that we chose to prioritize, again, there are lots of great high-quality instructional strategies, but these had multiple effects on populations who are economically disadvantaged, who are English learners, building relationships between teachers and students with conversations and intentional building of vocabulary, but also creating environments in classrooms that are collective in learning, culturally responsive strategies. So this is why we started here. Again, it's just the tip of the iceberg, but we want to focus on these things to address that exactly. The data is much more specific to content and to really understanding which students need interventions and what exactly those interventions should look like and the materials that they can use. So the other piece of it is not just, again, a great instructional strategies for the classroom, but when we see our numbers, and so much of these numbers come from our priority campuses that are experiencing so many challenges, by focusing our work with these campuses and our support with them, that will allow us to really take a different look at how we're impacting the overall numbers of all students.
And I think the only thing I would add is, it's a full system that really needs to be focused on supporting the schools that have historically, been underserved. And so, again, back to what Lakeisha experienced in that meeting when she asked everybody who'd had this training just a couple years prior, and so few of them had raised their hand, is because the attrition at those schools had been high for several years in a row. And so as we work through staffing, as we work through just about every single thing in the system to support the campuses, it's not lost that these students, these campuses require a different level of support to meet the needs, and that's not lost on the team. So, I mean, a lot of things are coming together to support the campuses, certainly academics and school leadership, but many others as well.
Thank you. I have one more question and a comment. So I want to say that I appreciate the data and the story that it tells because it's our current reality. The learnings are not novel, and I'm disappointed that we are at this point. But given the information that we have and what we know, because the data is rich, and I appreciate that, how do we plan to speed up the progress? Because we have second graders becoming third graders, becoming fourth graders.
Yeah, I mean, I think, that's the work. I mean, it's a comprehensive initiative that tackles, all things related and needed to support, the entire system, identifying and focusing on the students who have been historically underserved. But I think for us, and what we've talked about as a team, is our initiatives have to be aligned with the goals of the district, period. And so that when we present to you, we have growth progress measures that identify what things are required in this period of time to meet our expected outcome in 18 months, 24 months, 36 months. Now, the goal, can be aggressive as it should be because we have some significant needs in areas of urgency, but we also need them to be realistic given the constraints of the system. And I think that's where the dialogue with the board over the next 3 months becomes real. I mean, and so my hope and the vision I think we have as a team is, we know where we want to go, and we align with the values of the organization and the board. We identify the targets. We have growth progress measures that we are going to track, and we develop initiatives to get there. Like, we can get there. I think the honest truth is that, it's going to take time, and we can be aggressive, but that means resources are going to be taken elsewhere. And so we just have to be very clear. These are the things that we're going to focus on, and that's what we're going to focus on. So that's the expectation as we move over the next couple of months. I fully expect that once we're aligned with targets, growth progress measures, all of the work that we're doing here, you'll be able to see a lot quicker outcomes. But I think the work we've done over the last 10, 11 months has set us up quite well.
Okay. Thank you. I look forward to those conversations. Thank you all.
Thank you. And I keep thinking about one of your favorite sayings, which is you've got to go slow to go fast, right? Did I get it right?
You got to go slow to go fast.
Yes. And I think that I'm feeling the urgency too. And I think we probably all are, including the administration. So there was an interesting piece of data that I noticed, and I wanted to kind of explore that a bit. It was on page 29 of the first, the MOI scorecard, goals 1 and 2, third grade reading and math presentation or document. So it was interesting to me when we're looking at from fall to winter of this school year, that we, so all students, we saw like a 1 percentage point increase, but I was looking for some patterns, like which specific groups, particularly in EcoDis, and I noticed our Hispanic economically disadvantaged students did make some gains that were about 5 percentage points higher in the winter of this school year versus fall. So they went from 16% to 21%. But then I was like, what about just Hispanic students as a group? And they actually went down 7 percentage points. So our economically disadvantaged Hispanic students went up 5 percentage points, but the overall Hispanic student group went down. And so I was curious to know, do we know why that is? And, it made me wonder, was it literacy first? Was it, some of these things that we have made big investments in? I don't know what the answer is, but maybe you
Dr. Maxwell, do you
have something?
Or Patty?
Yeah, I can start, and then Dr.
go ahead.
So you have some specifics. And thank you for the question. Yes, the answer is yes. It's a multitude of things. One thing that I will emphasize is wherever you do see increases, there's a consistency of something. And that's what we're trying to duplicate. And that's what we're trying to duplicate across our district, so that when we do see strategies or we do know best practices that we know that will highly impact learning, we want to be able to duplicate that. In all transparency, I don't have that golden nugget, and I wouldn't be able to tell you right now because I don't have that consistency. And so, I've always told the team, we have to measure, because if we don't measure something, then we're going on feelings, and I can't make adjustments based on real-time data. Some of the things in the works that we have been talking about with everyone in teaching, learning, and leading is how do we personalize that learning? And so in observations and feedback from our leaders on the campus, they may not explicitly say, oh, we're personalizing the learning, but what that would look like is that they're really planning for differentiated instruction, and they're taking challenges, and they're understanding that when we're talking about impacting student outcomes, it's the whole child, right? It's their attendance, it's the discipline, it's how they feel welcomed in a school, how they're part of a family in their classroom, all of that. And so we want to duplicate that, where it's not just a culture somewhere, but it's a culture across our entire district. Also, we know that there's very specific things that we want to start implementing and actually stamping them in our curriculum and in our resources, such as how do we increase student discourse and collaboration on a daily basis, not just when we're doing a project, but constantly every day, so that our students are learning from one another. And then another big one that I'm excited about, and we've also been in talks with multiple departments, is how do we include our SEL strategies within our curriculum, so that it's not something that is separate, but that it's part of our Tier 1 instruction. And so, in speaking with principals, they do not articulate this and say, well, we're integrating the SEL in our curriculum, but that is what they're doing, like the practices that they're doing. And so when I see those consistencies on certain campuses, that's where I can say, I attribute that to some of the games. And I can't say that that is the magic thing, but these definitely are practices that I know that have been proven to make a really big impact on achievement.
I was just going to mention that it's also sometimes difficult when we're just taking a small slice of data to know and jump to some conclusions. Some of that has to do, we're not looking at the number of students here. So the more we narrow the student group that we're looking at, and that number gets smaller, the percentages, because we're looking at percentages here. So the percentages can jump a little bit more rather than they do with a larger group. So sometimes, and to Ms. Rodriguez's point, when we see these changes, like what we need to do is investigate specifically at different campuses. If we're seeing this across specific campuses, then we might have some common trends right across those campuses. But if it's a smaller slice at the district level, it definitely points us in a direction, but these numbers may not tell the whole story.
I would like to add a little bit. So sometimes we have campuses that their overall data, it's great, right? Like most of their students appear, or that they show that they're reading on or above grade level. But when you dig into the data, they have student groups that are not doing well. Right? And so over time, those have been masked. And I think that that's part of what we're seeing. And so when I visit campuses, I ask specifically about individual student groups. So when I look at the data and I look at the schools that are, the students are demonstrating accelerated levels of growth, when I look at the Hispanic group, it's typically the campuses that serve a large majority of Hispanic students. And the data is, the growth is always not so accelerated with campuses that have smaller populations. And I think when we go into that, like we really need to think about cultural proficiency. Like, are we Are we meeting the students where they are? Because again, they can sometimes fall into the all group for those campuses, and you assume that all is well.
Thank you. Yeah, I am really curious because it's an unusual like we've been looking at disaggregated like this, data like this for a couple of years now. And it was, I was delighted to see that our Hispanic EGODIS student group, made some growth. But it was unusual to see that the overall Hispanic, so I would be really curious, Superintendent, to see as we continue to collect data, see our things get implemented, put a finer point on specific strategies. I know we're just starting to implement a lot of new changes. It might be early to do that right now, but I appreciate the thoughtfulness. Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Boswell.
Yeah. Thank you all for all of this. Thank you, Superintendent, Interim Superintendent Segura for the report. And my microphone is not on, so that was a thank you. I want to start with a question that builds on Trustee Kaufman's questions about that second grade progress on reading, and just have one kind of follow-up clarification about your understanding of that data, and then have a different set of questions about math. So if you look at slide 30 in the appendix to the presentation, I find it really, again, looking for those bright spots, and Dr. Maxwell, really appreciate Dr. Maxwell's comments about we may be seeing the leading edge of something. And I think when you look across groups from the spring of 22-23 to the fall of 23-24, it does look across almost every one of these groups like we may be seeing the leading edge of something. To see that consistency, I think, is intriguing. And I want to be sure, as we're looking at that, I go back to slide 5 in the presentation that has the footnote about second grade reading, that it's English only, and that NWEA isn't supporting what we need to understand the data for our students who are taking that test in Spanish. And I just want to be sure, I really want to know what the understanding is of how that is impacting the data we see, or whether that is impacting the data we see, and what your understanding of that is.
Dylan, will you be able to answer that? I don't.
So it reduces the sample size, for one. So you're excluding a whole group of students who took the assessment based on language alone. And if I had to summarize in general how I think that impacts the overall value, it probably inflates it. Generally, those taking the Spanish language test are not performing as high as a group as those taking the English test. And that's generally what we see.
Okay, thank you. So my understanding then of what you're telling us is that you're suggesting that big growth that we're seeing in second grade maybe impacted the data we're seeing, maybe inflated a little bit based on the population that we're looking at.
I didn't mean to imply that that impacts the trend, because that trend is consistent. We didn't have that, so those numbers have stayed the same. I was just speaking to how removing that group would impact it, so overall. But if you want me to interpret it in terms of that trend, it shouldn't impact the trend overall, because those Spanish testers were excluded previously as well.
Okay, that is
previous
extremely
years.
helpful.
Yes.
So you feel like the trends we're seeing aren't
impacted
skewed
by
by what
that,
we're looking
yes.
at?
Yes.
Okay, so when we look at slide 30 and we look at that spring to fall, your belief is we're seeing something real
Yes.
there, because that is very exciting. I mean, that to me is a real bright spot and a very promising thing when our second graders become third graders. So helping me understand that you feel like that's information we can trust and that you're trusting it is extremely helpful to me. So thank you for that. So I have some questions about the math that I'd love to go to after we've talked about what we're very excited about. And I think when we look at that math data, in June of 22, the baseline for on-grade level performance on the math map were established, showing 43% of our third graders and 30% of our second graders on grade level. And then for fall and winter, both groups show performance significantly lower than those percentages, and I would love to understand, I know we've been talking about difficult math data since the pandemic, and heard lots of different theories, and I'd really like to understand where you are with this data and your understanding and what you think is really causing this. Or what you think is really causing this.
Yeah, so, we've spent a fair amount of time looking at a variety of different data points, and I think, as a team, we'll I'm sure, elaborate on, numeracy, and we talked about this in the spring of last year as well, and we talked about the starting points with the target and the growth progress measures that we've tracked as an organization for the last several years, and how we've been catching up essentially since the pandemic. And so, we know that there's a gap. We know that we have, pretty far to go in math. I do believe that the team, as we talk about different ways to support the work, we're evaluating just how to support the system as a whole, and then, also identifying, which elements need to be adjusted to consider both, numeracy and literacy. We talk about all the time, we have to, you kind of learn to read and then you read to learn. And so that's not lost on all of us as we think about, the experience our students are having in second grade, third grade, and so on. And we talk often about the fact that without reading, math can often be a challenge. And so, I think the team will probably have a better description or detail around the differences when it comes to different categories. But I think when we talk about long-term plans, developing growth progress measures that we can plan for and track that go all the way back to kindergarten is going to be critically important. And so we talk about playing the long game all the time. At least we're talking about that now. And so I think for a period of time, we're going to be tracking cohorts, first grade, second grade, third grade. And, we see some bright spots in reading. We haven't quite seen that yet in math or numeracy. So there is a ways to go. But, I think, we're thinking about it in that way as a significant gap and one we have to cover. I don't know, Dr. Maxwell, or anything you'd like to add to that?
I think we talked about this a little bit at our last presentation too. There's definitely a competing interest with literacy and math for the elementary teacher, who most of them teach both. It's hard to train in both. It's hard to master critical concepts in both at the same time. Literacy has just received a lot of love the last few years. Math has not received the same love and attention, even though math is highly correlated to long-term student success. So that is why, even though we have an official strategic initiative around early literacy, we are also doing the exact same work in math with our team at the same time. So identifying and MTSS is part of this work. It's identifying what universal instruction looks like in the core classroom for math, what tier 2, tier 3 instruction looks like, what resources we have. These are a little harder to come by even in math. We have a lot of agreement in the research and literacy, not quite as much in math, and so it's a little harder to get started, everyone get on the same page, but we are doing that work at the exact same time right now across our teams. So, and again, the what we're tracking, we need to, as we're continuing to look at that, we're doing that internally as well, are the STAR math scores, although they are not at the level that they are in reading or increasing at those levels, we saw a sharp drop after the pandemic, and then some increases after that in the actual STAR scores, which is really not what we're seeing in the MAP assessment. We're seeing decreases in the MAP assessment. So we just want to continue to monitor that and make sure that we're looking at progress measures that are correlated to the STAR ultimate board goal that is the outcome. So we just have some questions around that, and again, looking at data in as many ways as possible to make sure that we're looking at the right data.
That's very helpful. Thank you for that. And looking at the overall progress, especially for those second graders, it looks like from spring to fall and spring to winter, like those students actually went backwards on that on-grade level math performance. Is that what's your understanding of that?
So often when you see that, so this is actually the same group, the second graders, that we're seeing this increase possibly in literacy as we focus and we give all those materials and all that, you might see a corresponding drop in math. It takes time as a teacher to get better at one content, and so there you are spending most of your time in the literacy, and then not as much time and materials as getting through the math portion of the day. That could be it. Again, a little early to tell just from this year, but if this is a trend, I think it could be expected from the competing interests.
I would say, and we've also switched curriculum resources a couple of times in math to where we've grown with HMH, but we've had Go Math, STEMscope, and Eureka Math within like the last 5 years, right? And so that doesn't help teachers to build their capacity or to become familiar with resources. And so we are optimistic that by implementing STEMscopes for consecutive years, that we're able to build our teachers' capacity and then also see some gains in the student achievement.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful to hear. And I'd love to hear a little bit about what's not on our graph in a bar, but what's on our graph and kind of what's left out, which is the students who aren't at approaches. We don't have a bar for people who were under approaches in English or math, but I think it's a really important group to talk about, the students who are not even reaching that place. So if we look at the group of students scoring below approaches, it's about 40% on math for both our second and third graders. The numbers are smaller for reading, again, better for our second graders than for our third graders. And what do we know about who those students are and what's happening there?
So the biggest takeaway from that group of students is about 75% of them, I believe 78, I'm going by memory, I can look up the number, are experiencing poverty. So if you want to look at one big trend of the students that are in the did not meets category, that is the biggest by far indicator, is that they're experiencing poverty.
And what's our understanding of kind of what's underlying a lot of the issues there? I mean, what do we think within our scope? We've talked about resources, we've talked about a lot of things, I don't know if it's wraparound services, different ways of instruction, different ways of deploying our resources. I'd love to know kind of what you're contemplating and what you think we need to be thinking about.
Yeah.
So, you want to go first?
Go ahead.
So, Trustee Boswell, I will say that one of the things that we've spent a lot of time talking about over the last 10, 11 months are all the different supports that our students who have been identified as economically disadvantaged or experiencing poverty and the resources they may need. And we talk about the full system, and the services we provide as a school district, but also recognizing there are other partners we may need to bring in to support our students, whether it's wraparound services, whether it's additional programming, whether it's just, partnering with communities, I don't want to say communities and schools, but different partners to provide resources to the families so that the students can participate in the school environment and receive the education that we know we can provide them. And so, we have programs like that. I think the challenge that we have, though I've seen a significant amount of improvement, is tying kind of those investments with to student outcomes or to experiences that our students are having. And so we're tracking that. We definitely think it's critically important as we support all students. And I think what you'll see from us is a recognition that there has to be other things. It cannot all be done within, the purview of just, when we receive the students, the school bill starts and when they leave. And so I don't know, Lakeisha, if there's anything else you'd like to add, but we have been talking a good amount about that, and it's not lost on us that we're going to have to find additional supports.
Right, and not to seem redundant, a lot, many of our campuses that serve large students that qualify for free and reduced lunch also have a significant number of new teachers. They have a good amount of turnover. And so right now, our focus is really building capacity of the teachers on those campuses and also retaining them, right? So if you have a student that has a long-term sub for consecutive years, or they have a novice teacher for 3 consecutive years, it is really hard to expect high outcomes for those students. So again, really, we're really focusing on training the teachers that we have, but then keeping them on these campuses.
Yeah.
And you know, one of the things that we presented to the board last semester was attrition rates for educators at Title I campuses. And so there were decisions that the board made based on recommendations from the administration prior to the budget being adopted that I think have had meaningful impacts on these campuses, right? And even with the 11%, you know, we know many of those teachers became instructional coaches, and so they're still on campus. So, you know, what we're seeing now is kind of that leading indicator really take root. But again, we have to meet the teachers where they are, which is why the professional development is so critically important. And so it's all of us really kind of identifying, you know, which things are going to ultimately be the right combination of things to support each campus. But that is one of those things that we don't talk about enough, is that, you know, we have to meet our teachers where they are, provide the professional development, and recognize that things have improved on the attrition side. But again, if we lose an educator at one of these campuses, it's going to have a huge impact. And so that's part of all of our strategies, and we talk about that quite a bit, Brandy included.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
course.
That's helpful. And just one more quick thing, and then I'll shelve the rest of my questions for now. Really appreciate the conversation about the competing interest of literacy and math, and such a focus on literacy, not only in our state, in our schools, in our community, Greater Austin Reading Coalition. There's so much going on right now, and really just welcome what the board can do. And you don't have to answer now if you don't have easy answers, but really welcome conversations about what the board can do, both in our role with the budget and other things, and in our role in the community to make sure numeracy, we have a city that is math-loving,
Yeah.
science-loving, STEM-loving, tech-loving, and what we can do out in our community to be sure that numeracy is also getting love and support of our students, and that people are aware of what we're aware of as well. So really welcome thoughts that you have about how we can support that work.
Yeah, I think Trustee Boswell, what you're describing is precisely what we're going to do and the work we're going to do with the board. I mean, last year, you know, we did make an investment in curriculum, in Literacy First, and as we identified opportunities, you'll see, you know, us bring those to you and be reflected in our budget, just not unlike how last year we had that investment, or those investments. So I fully expect that as we move through the budgeting process, you'll see us identify line items that speak to different student outcomes, and numeracy will be, you know, obviously a priority based on everything we've heard today and our experiences over the last, you know, many, many months.
Thank you.
Thanks, Secretary Boswell. Trustee Lugo?
So thank you for the presentation. So Superintendent Segura, a couple of questions here. So what are, and I know that some of this has already been addressed, but just if you can remind me, it's been a long day. What are some of the early signs that principal training is a strategy that may, or a strategy that will, improve student outcomes? So what are those early signs that that's a strategy that's helping? And I know, like I said, y'all kind of spoke to it, but.
Yeah, I mean, Patty, certainly chime in after I do. You know, we as an organization, as administration, as staff, like here, are supporting our campuses. But we know that, you know, the first support is going to come from the campus administrator. And as Lakeisha and Dr. Maxwell and I think Patty talked about it in the presentation, you know, we need to make sure that everybody in the vertical, every single person supporting, has the same type of training, because everybody's a resource, right? So the principal is going to need a resource if they run into, you know, some challenge, and we need to have the person who's supporting the principal, the executive director, understand, you know, kind of what they're experiencing. And so what we did is kind of flip it to where we start and go down, so that by the time the principal is getting the support that they need, if we're not there, because there are many campuses, they can go to someone and have that resource. What we do know is that, you know, having that response and that feedback on campus is critically important. And so, I don't know, Patty, if you'd like to add anything to it, but that's definitely something that we've identified as an opportunity and begun to move that way.
No, that's exactly it. And so, You know, when you think about all of our teachers, they deserve to have continuous growth and development. And coaching, that's the key. That's the best way for them to grow and develop. And in order for you to give very precise feedback, you have to know more than just a little bit enough to be dangerous, right? And so really starting with our leaders first in mind, because we know that they are that support on campuses, is the reason why we had a very, deep discussion about we can't just include them in the professional development. When we think about rolling that out, that has to be our first layer, because we want to make sure that the feedback that they are giving in order to make adjustments and in order to create, new practices in the classroom is going to start through that effective feedback.
I'm so tempted to share, just have a dialogue and share my opinion, but yes, okay. I'm trying to be disciplined. I really am. Okay. Another question I had was, okay. So as y'all, or as you look at the gaps between the demographic groups, which we've talked about several times, I'm kind of curious, is it a mix of professional instinct? Is it qualitative? Is it quantitative? At what point might you and your administration feel okay, now we're going to double down, or now, oh my gosh, that was the thing, or those two things were the things, right? And I know it takes time, which is why I'm trying to get a sense of do y'all have a sense of when you might have that feeling okay, now we're getting somewhere, now we're narrowing it down to which strategies are going to be the biggest impacts?
Trustee Lugo, when we've talked a lot about the 7 conditions for student success, we've talked about different strategies, and I want to kind of over-communicate that each campus has a different lived experience. And we recognize that these strategies are research-based. We recognize that they will work, but under certain conditions. And I think the challenge that we have as an organization is figuring out what complement of different supports is going to work for that campus. Every campus, every school community is different, and we recognize that. So I think what we'll be doing as we move forward, when you talk about identifying a time, is identifying what are those core strategies that we know can be supported, align with our values, right? Support our campuses, and we have enough of them to kind of introduce and tailor as needed to support that specific campus. And I know sometimes we talk a lot about outliers, and I hear this sometimes, Matthias, this school is doing this, could you apply it over here? And there are things that can be applied, but I want to be very clear that not all things should be applied, right? It really comes down to the culture, it comes down to the students' needs, it comes down to the resources and the different, I would say, levels of experience that our educators and professionals have at that campus. So as far as, when, the team's working very, very hard. I think before the end of this semester, I suspect that we will have very clear initiatives that align with the scorecard, align with the growth progress measures, kind of leverage all the things that we've learned as a team over the last many, many months. And you'll be able to see us communicate, these are the things that we know work. These are the way that we will apply them, but just recognize that it's not 10% here, here, and here. It may be different just because our campuses are just different, and that's okay. That's great. That's what we love about it, ISD, honestly. I don't know, Dr. Maxwell or Patty or Lakeisha, anything you'd like to add to that? You don't have to. I did.
I'll just add one more thing, yes. And when will we know it? When we see it in the data. That's going to be the proof. It won't be a feeling. We're going to actually see it in the data. And what some of the work that we are diving in is how do we progress measure in between, because that's really what informs us, so that we're not waiting until the middle of the year to say, oh, wow, that didn't work, right? We want to know before then. And so in order to make those adjustments, we're really looking at what would be the best way, that's something that's quick, informative, and really supports our teachers to make those instructional adjustments in their planning and in real time with the students.
Oh, man, at risk of asking a question that I might not be able to, I'm going to ask it anyways. So is that micro data plus macro data? You know what I'm saying? Am I allowed to ask that?
I'm not quite
Like
sure.
microdata might be, a teacher is sitting with their students, right, and saying, Johnny and Janie got it, right? Juanita got it, right? But macro is like, oh, right, like we're seeing on a larger scale.
Absolutely, yes. And checks for understanding are super important. That's why measuring what it is that you're doing in real time is also important. Absolutely.
Okay. And then my last question is, what else do you think the board should know about the data? And I guess more specifically, what else might we need to know, whether it's like re-emphasized stuff that you guys have already said today, or just something that may not have yet been mentioned when it comes to intersectional demographics, right? So like students who are emerging English language learners and also receive special education, or African-American students who receive special education services, right? Like, so what else might we, from your perspective, might we want to know or need to know about that data and how y'all are applying it, how y'all are using it?
Yeah, so the intersectional data I think is critically important because we're taking the most vulnerable students that we have, right, and recognizing where they are, how we're supporting them, and we talk about this all the time, where if the system is working, those students will be served, right? And I think as we build initiatives and as we look at refinements around numeracy and as we look at different strategies moving forward, making sure that we're asking the question, like, how is this initiative going to impact, those students and ensure that they are getting what they need? And so it's the checks, and it's a lot of work that we've done over the last, 18 months, year, even a little before that, has been about just making sure we're asking those questions. So we know that our students are not being served, and the system is doing what it's been designed to do. And so we have to, if we're going to correct, you have to make sure that they're at the forefront of the conversation. We have to make sure that we continue to look at the data this way. We have to make sure that every time we have an initiative, every time we procure a different anything, like we're understanding how those students are going to be supported in that process. So that's how we're keeping them focused. I don't know if there's anything else y'all would like to add.
I will just say that the progress monitoring is key, right? Because we are analyzing really one data point, right? And to Trustee Hunter's point, when you have one data point and you're really trying to figure out a root cause, it somewhat becomes a guess, right? So like as a campus principal, when I received my STAR data or my middle of the year data, it was really confirmation of what I already knew based on the progress monitoring that we conducted over time, right? And so when you are collecting data at different points, then you're able to respond to the data. If you're just waiting until December and you're like, uh-oh, this isn't working, then it's late, right? And so that is probably something that you guys may tune in to, I guess, when we start talking about our MTSS process and then what that progress monitoring looks like, because the reality is we do really need more data points to figure out what is working, because sometimes there's variability across a campus. So you can pull one teacher's data, same grade level at campus A, and they have more students at meets and masters, and then you pull the teacher next door and their data is completely opposite. And again, there's just a lot of variability right now in our system.
Thank y'all.
One thing I've noticed looking at it is that if you're looking at intersectionality, poverty exacerbates the challenges that other groups face. So if you're special ed and you are not experiencing poverty, your performance is higher. But if you're special ed and you are experiencing poverty, your achievement is more negatively impacted. So I hope that makes sense what I'm trying to say. But poverty exacerbates these other demographic factors that could impact performance or achievement. And that is I've tried to break that trend by playing with the data. It's hard to break that trend. That seems to be fairly consistent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Trustee Lugo. Trustee Whitleach.
So I want to, thank you for answering honestly, most of my questions, because Dr. Kaufman, brought up the kind of bright spots in our second to third grade data for reading, and then Trustee Boswell asked about the math and like why it was remaining flat, and then I just look forward to the strategies that you bring to the board and how we can support you. And I know y'all are working on, told us you're working on that question, so I'm looking forward to hearing how we can help.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Gonzalez, anything?
Hi, yeah, I had a few questions. Initially, when I saw the focus areas that were identified in the appendices after each of the GPMs, and then I saw the strategy that you mentioned of Talk, Read, Talk, Write, I was curious. I had questions because I remembered the previous beginning implementation of that strategy in the past, but after you explained the sea change in the teaching force, that the challenges to the implementation of it made sense and the need for the refresh. What I wanted to understand a little bit better, and I think it's already been touched upon, and so I don't think you need to necessarily speak on it and the other trustees' questions, but the connection between the selection of that strategy and some of the major debt that is owed in some of those student groups when you look at the differences of achievement, specifically like special education. And I wanted to understand better the selection of that strategy and the formative checks for understanding and how those will support that particular group and what have been the challenges to implementation of those things in the past as it relates to those groups. I feel like you've expanded on a lot of that just in the process of answering Trustee Hunter's questions and Trustee Lugo's. So I don't need a response right now, but I just wanted to let you know what I was thinking. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Gonzalez. Okay, one more round. Anyone else on the side?
I have a future question. So I don't need an answer now, but I just want to say I'm looking forward to learning through the budget requests how the board can support this work through our investments. But we'll answer that question during the budget workshops.
Thank you. Hunter, Trustee Hunter? Okay, this side?
Yeah, I have one strategy question that I'd love to hear more about, talking about partnering with the parent support specialists and really leaning into our families as a source of support that can amplify what's happening during the school day and building that bridge. And I would love to know a little bit more about what that will look like and about the evidence you have underlying that to show that that's a smart strategy and to make us believe that will be an effective strategy. I think it's a very exciting strategy.
So generally, in the research, there's a lot of evidence that connections with families, particularly of underserved students, really have a meaningful impact on student outcomes. And so, number one, that's just sort of, generally part of how to affect student outcomes, but really build relationships with students and seeing that we're partners in the work. As far as practice and evidence base, really, I think the main piece that I have seen, and I know many of us have seen be successful, is to be very specific about actually using this kind of data that we're talking about, not just with principals, but not just with teachers, but really working with the broader community that work with our students and our families to say, this is the data that identifies our most critical needs. These are the students. Let's look a little broader at these students. Maybe we struggle with attendance. Maybe we have challenges at home. Maybe we haven't provided enough wraparound services, or we are, and some are working, but maybe not all, and this is just an addition to that. So looking at each student individually, that's actually some part of what the MTSS process is about. This is just a different reach into it. And I've seen this work very successfully on both ends. Parent support specialists are often wonderful liaisons to our community and to our parents, and they hold incredible events, and they're very informative, and all kinds of outreach happens with them. And sometimes we miss the academic possibilities with what they're doing with our families and with how the families can support their kids academically. So this is really just an intention to start working with that group and connecting with these people that have such an opportunity for the reach into our families.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Last call? All right, thank you all so much. So now we have to vote on whether or not we will accept this monitoring report. So as a point of clarity, we are voting to accept this report as formal acknowledgement that we had a satisfactory conversation with the superintendent and have a deeper understanding about how the current reality for students lines up with our vision for them. So at this point, I will entertain a motion for the acceptance of this monitoring report.
I move to accept the report. Oh, and we didn't ask Trustee Zapata if she had questions.
Oh.
It's with us on Zoom.
Oh, Trustee Zapata, I am so sorry. Please go. Go ahead. And I think you're muted, perhaps, or we can't hear you. There's,
It's on her end.
okay, thanks, Heather. Just a second, Trustee Zapata.
Thanks, Trustee
Ah,
Singh.
there you are. We
Okay,
can hear
there
you
you
now.
are. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. So I know you mentioned in the report that there's no alignment from campus to campus. And so I'm curious, what is the strategy to bring some alignment? Because, I think there should be some non-negotiables, right? So I'm just curious if everyone's going through the training and there's no alignment from campus to campus. What is your strategy to bring alignment?
Thank you. So really, when we look at professional development, the first step for that alignment, again, that we talked about this evening was starting with our leaders in mind so that they also have the capacity in order to provide effective feedback. And when they go into the classrooms and they're having conversations and they're going in and observing and doing walkthroughs, that they actually know what they're looking for, and then they're able to provide that bite-sized feedback to teachers. Also, really just over-communicating what our vision is and then what that looks like in the classroom.
Okay.
It says, okay, that you are okay, I thought. So I know
I'm sorry. So the other thing is, thank you for that. So just as we asked that, whatever it is that you all think that we as trustees can do to support your work, the community is also ready and willing to do whatever it is, and just any ideas on how you are seeing community can support your work.
There are a lot of examples as to how our community partners have stepped up. I can talk about one initiative that is taking place at Oak Springs, actually. They have some community partners that are actually paying rent for some of the families that attend Oak Springs. And so they're doing that as an initiative for attendance. And so if you have perfect attendance, your name goes into a drawing and a check is made out for your rent for that month. And so I think that that campuses are really creative in their partnerships. They have partners and strategies that, we couldn't really even dream up at the district level, because they know who their partners are and they know who their needs are. So that's just one example, a creative example as to how we are utilizing our partnerships.
Yeah, and Trustee Zapata, this is Matthias. The one thing I would add is, as Lakeisha said it, these partnerships sometimes just occur organically. And, it's a relationship between someone in the community and our principal or administrator or just staff. And they're great and they're incredible. But we need to be just hyper aware that not all campuses have these programs. And so identifying where we can help kind of create a bridge between a partner and a school community, I think is, an area of opportunity for us. We certainly have a lot of relationships, and so it's going to be important that as we think about where those other services could be added, just making sure that we explore those with fidelity. I think that's going to be critically important as well.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata, and I'm so sorry I skipped over you earlier. we're glad you could be with us. All right, so we will resume with the motion for accepting the monitoring report. So Secretary Boswell, would you mind repeating?
Yes, I move to accept the monitoring report.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Oh, yay. All right. Trustees, is there any discussion on this item? Okay, I think an hour, the clock has reset. So I think 103 minutes has plenty of discussion. So having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to accept the monitoring report. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the hard work. Okay, so we will now move to the consent agenda. Let me just pull up my, okay. All right, so we'll now move to the consent. Trustees, are there any consent items anyone would like to pull for a separate vote? Okay, so it seems like we don't, and I just do want to mention that we are going to have 3 items of, for separate vote. 2 of them are related to the superintendent contract, and then 1 is going to be regarding the Lone Star Governance quarterly evaluations, just as an FYI. So on the consent agenda, we don't have any additional pulled for separate vote. So Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, I move to approve consent agenda items 8.1 and 8.2, 9.1 through 9.9, 10.1 through 10.3, 11.1 through 11.6, and 12.1.
Okay, great. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Trustee Zapata. So having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve consent items 8.1 and 8.2, 9.1 through 9.9, 10.1 through 10.3, 11.1 through 11.6, and 12.1. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, those, were they all, I'm sorry, can you keep them up? Okay, all right, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay, so I think what we're going to do, if it's okay with everyone here, let's jump into the Lone Star Governance quarterly evaluation. We'll do that. I'm sorry, Ashley, I didn't give you a heads up. We're going to skip ahead. If you're ready for that, yeah, drink your water. After we go through that, and so I'll just do a little prep on that one. So as part of Lone Star Governance, the board is supposed to do a quarterly self-evaluation. It's a really helpful tool, I think, to kind of keep us on track about where we want to go. There's a rubric. It's very clear about what board behaviors need to occur for us to make progress on this rubric. Basically, over the last couple of weeks, trustees received the rubric. We each did our own self-evaluation based on this framework, and just about all of us had a one-on-one with our Lone Star Governance coach Ashley, to really review that. And I thought, did y'all think it was a helpful process to kind of go through that? Yes. I mean, it really helped me kind of understand and pinpoint exactly where we are. And the goal is for us to get to a certain level by, as quickly and as well as we can. So let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Oh, okay. Go for it. Ashley Puz.
All right. Well, trustees, hi. Wonderful monitoring session tonight. Very informative. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. But first, I want to acknowledge that you all have done a whole lot of work over the last 3-4 months together. Like a whole lot of work. More work than I think definitely more than any board that I have worked with as a coach. And I have just been incredibly honored to be part of it. So tonight we're actually going to look at some of the work that you've been doing and see what you've done, acknowledge some of the things that you've accomplished, and celebrate those wins, and then talk about what is possible for the future. So as President Singh mentioned, you all have independently scored your evaluation rubrics, and then for mostly everyone, we have had the opportunity to go through them in depth. Not everyone, and that's fine. This is definitely a busy group of people. But I think that in each of those conversations, we've had some questions, and we've had some awareness and some realizations that, we've done a lot of work. So let's get into it. I have can we get my screen up on the, is it shareable? Okay, perfect. So I'm going to blow this up and we will look at it. Make sure that it is big for everyone at home to be able to see. Okay, so first let's talk. So there are 9 sections of the rubric. This goes through vision and goals, sections 1 through 4, progress and accountability, sections 1 and 2, systems and processes, awareness and engagement, and synergy and teamwork. So one of the things that we're going to do is we're just going to look at the overall score for each one of these sections, talk about what has been accomplished, and then the things that can be accomplished to get to that next level, and then when that might actually happen for this board. So under Vision and Goals 1, this is specific to the board's student outcome goals. As you know, you just recently adopted an updated scorecard that has just gone through a slight retooling process. So we've kind of amended some of the goals, not in a fundamental way. They're still have the same targets. They're still focused on the same areas, but they're essentially just aligned with the Lone Star Governance Framework. Additionally, you have updated some of the goals that you previously had on your former scorecard and have transitioned those to now be constraints. And so that process has actually gotten you a lot of growth on this. So in the first area, Vision and Goals 1, about student outcome goals, you have 4 points, which is approaches focus. In this area, I'm going to scroll up. So we look at the different statements, and the things that are true are things that you get credit for, and the things that are not are work that we still have outstanding. So in this one, to get to preparing to focus, the board has adopted a vision statement, which is true. You owned that process, but you developed it in collaboration with the superintendent, which is true. You have 3 to 5 goals, which is true. You owned that goal development process while working collaboratively with the superintendent, which is true. I want to point this out that this iteration of the board did not develop these goals, and it was not this superintendent. It was a previous iteration of the board. But the board's goals carry on beyond the people who sit on the dais. It is the body who owns the process, not the humans. So that board did develop their goals in collaboration with the superintendent at that time. So definitely preparing to focus. The next question is that all goals are specific, quantifiable student outcome goals that include a population, a 5-year deadline of a month and year, a baseline of a month and year, annual targets, and annual student group targets. This is an area that we actually had some conversation about and some questions about. And then after visiting with the administration, I was able to confirm that all of the updated language for your goals do include month and year for each of those. And even though the student group targets haven't necessarily been updated for all of those yet, they were adopted with the expectation that that would happen in relatively short order. I think we're just waiting on, or at the time when they were adopted, we were just waiting on some accountability data. So now that that has been done, then that's true. So you are at Approaches Focus. To get to Meets Focus, there are a couple of additional things that need to be done. So first of all, all board members and the superintendent agree that the student outcome goals will challenge the organization, require adult behavior change, are influenceable by the superintendent, and are the superintendent's first priority for resource allocation. That is true. The second indicator is that the board relied on a root cause analysis, comprehensive student needs assessment, or a similar research-based tool to inform the identification and prioritization of all student outcome goals. This is the thing that was not done in a substantial way when the goals were developed. So we can't give you credit for this one yet because that board didn't include it at the time. But this is something that the administration is working on now for when you make the more substantial updating of your goals in the spring. So for this section, you have 4 points, which is Approaches Focus. So then let's move on to the next section, which is Vision and Goals 2. This is about your goal progress measure. So you adopt goals, and then the superintendent develops goal progress measures that tell you whether or not you're likely to achieve those goals. These are things that you look at throughout the year because you don't necessarily want to wait until the end of year to know whether or not you're making progress. So just like you've done tonight, you look at goal progress measures to know how likely you are to succeed on those. And so for this section, we have you receiving 4 points, which is, again, at Approaches Focus. So we're going to first look at Preparing to Focus, which is the board has adopted GPMs for each student outcome goal. The superintendent owned the GPM development process while working with collaboratively with the board, and that the status of each adopted GPM is able to be updated multiple times during the school year. This is how we know that your goal progress measures are outputs, not outcomes or input. So if it's something that's only able to be updated once a year, then that is usually a sign that you're looking at an input or an outcome. But you want your goal progress measures to be outputs, the result of strategies that have been implemented. So then we go on to Approaches Focus. The board has adopted no fewer than 1 and no more than 3 GPMs for each student outcome goal, which is true. You have 3 for each one. And again, all GPMs are student outputs, not adult inputs or outputs that include a population, 5-year deadline of a month and year, a baseline of a month and year, annual targets, and annual student group targets, which is true. So again, this puts you at Approaches Focus. To get to Meets, again, all of the board members and superintendent agree that the GPMs will challenge the organization, which is true, I believe. If there is anyone who does not believe, then speak now or forever hold your peace. Board members and superintendent agree that they are going to require adult behavior change, and they agree that they're influenceable by the superintendent, which is accurate. The last indicator is that all board members and superintendent agree that they are predictive of their respective student outcome goals. And this is the one that is not true at the moment. Essentially, we have issues with the targets that currently exist for the goals. So if you do the math and add up the targets, it's not necessarily going to take you where you need to go, as far as you need to go for your goals. And so again, this is something that we will update when we get into the spring and update those goal progress measures with the superintendent. So once we have that, you'll be at Meets Focus. You also have, so for each of these, there's also the added layer of Master's Focus, which I'm not going to spend a lot of time on, especially for the first 4 sections, because each one of these sections requires that all of the board members and superintendents agree that there is broad community ownership of these priorities. In order to ensure that there is broad community ownership, you first have to go out to the community and do engagement and actually talk to them to understand what their vision is and what their values are, so that you can adopt goals and constraints that are aligned with those items. And so that was not done previously, so we can't check those boxes yet. But again, this is something that you are going to be getting into very, very soon. And so I anticipate that we'll be able to check these boxes off in the near future. Okay, any questions about the goal progress measures before we move on? All right. Constraints. So again, you're at Approaches Focus, primarily because of the work that you did in adopting that retooled scorecard. This one requires that you have 1 to 5 superintendent constraints, which is true. And the board owned the constraint development process while working collaboratively with the superintendent, which is true. Looking at approaches, it is that each superintendent constraint describes a single operational action or class of actions, which is true. And specifically that the superintendent may not use or allow, which all of your constraints are written in the negative, which is a specific characteristic of LSG, and that is accurate. So this is an interesting one, and this is why we are, one of the reasons that we're not at Meets Focus yet for your constraints. So one of the things that the board will have to do is not only adopt constraints for the superintendent, what the superintendent cannot do in pursuit of improving student outcomes, but also adopt board constraints. So these are going to be limitations on your own behavior, things that you're not going to do as you engage with the community, as you engage with each other, as you engage with staff. These are limitations that you put on yourselves. Think of them like boundaries. We can be stronger when we honor boundaries. This is exactly what that is. So when the board adopts those, then you'll be able to check that box. This one, I think that is marked by accident. So again, root cause analysis, that's something that's coming in the spring. And then the final criteria is that the board members and superintendent agree that the constraints are going to challenge the organization to focus on the vision, so focus on improving student outcomes, and uphold the community's values. Again, you can't do this one until you've talked to the community and understand what their values are, but as soon as you do that and adopt constraints, then we'll be able to move to this section. So again, for this one, we're at Approaches Focus. So moving on to Vision and Goals 4. The board has adopted constraint progress measures for each superintendent constraint, which is true. The superintendent owned the CPM development process while working collaboratively with the board, which is true. The status of each adopted CPM is able to be updated multiple times during each school year, which is true. The board has adopted no more than 3 for CPMs for each constraint, which is also true. And all of the CPMs, the constraint progress measures, include a 1 to 5 year deadline of a month and a year, a baseline of a month and a year, and annual targets. These are distinct from goal progress measures, which also require those disaggregated student group targets. You're not required to have that for constraints because your constraints aren't always going to be specific to what students know or are able to do. They're not always going to be outputs or outcomes for students. They could be adults. So they don't have to have those student group targets. They can, but it's not required. So that puts you at approaches focus for this section as well. Again, this is an area where you have to go and do community engagement before you can ensure that they're going to challenge the organization to focus on the vision and uphold the values. So you can check the box about the vision because they will, well, actually, you could ask that question. We haven't gotten there, or we didn't pose that question to the board because y'all weren't at this section anyway. But when we do, that will be one of the first questions for the superintendent and for the board. Are these constraint progress measures items that are going to require you all to focus on the vision? And then the next is, will it require you to uphold the community's values? Which again, you have to talk to the community to know their values before you can say that that is true. Finally, board members and superintendents agree that the constraint progress measures are predictive of their respective constraints. This is definitely true because we actually had the constraint progress measures before we had the constraints because they were goals before the constraints existed. So they better be true or we didn't do something right. And then the last is that the board members and superintendents agree that the CPMs are influenceable by the superintendent. And everyone has agreed with that, or agreed with that when we developed them. So again, that puts you at approaches focus for this section, which will give you 2 points under vision and goals 4, vision and goals 4. Are there any questions about the goals, goal progress measures, constraints, constraint progress measures before we move on? Okay. So in this next section, this is progress and accountability 1. So this is specific to how the board is spending its time. So for this section, you actually are at, I think it showed 1 point at the bottom, but you're actually at 0 points on this one. And I'll explain why. So the superintendent, so this is specific to how you are doing progress monitoring. So do you have a monitoring calendar? Is it clear what is being monitored, when it's being monitored, and does it show for the full length of your goals? So for this one, you definitely do have a monitoring calendar. You are on that monitoring calendar. You are showing that you're monitoring your goals, every goal at least 4 times per year. No more than 2 per month, and every constraint is being monitored at least once per year. So that is true. The thing that is holding you back on this one is that the calendar does not span the full length of the student outcome goals. That will be adjusted when you adopt new goals and have a new calendar in the spring. The reason is when they updated the calendar, there was no reason to say this is everything that we're going to do because we knew that it was just to bridge us. So that one doesn't get checked yet, but the last one on this section is that the board tracks its time in public meetings, identifying each minute according to the time use tracker. And that is something that's happening. And it's actually, so I am helping, Dr. Reach is helping, and every month we are calibrating and agreeing on the time use for the board. And we're actually reporting that through President Singh. So it is a collaborative process. But at some point, we will actually transition to board members keeping track of that time. Right now, we are still getting the process down, but we will make that transition soon. So for right now, because this section or this criteria, the calendar spans the length of the student outcome goals, is not selected, you will be at 0 for this section. But I want to look at the rest of the areas really quick because I think there is something important to highlight. So under approaches focus, meets focus, and masters focus, it pertains to the amount of time that the board is spending monitoring your student outcomes, or student outcome goals specifically. So to get to approaches, you should be spending at least 10% of your time in your quarterly board authorized public meetings, which you are doing. To get to meets, you need to be spending 25% of your time monitoring your student outcome goals, which you are doing. To get to masters, you need to spend 50% of your time, which you are also doing. So as soon as you're able to check that one box about the calendar spanning the full length, you're actually going to be at master's focus in this section, which will take you up 15 points from where you are right now. So that is going to be a huge accomplishment when it happens. All right, progress and accountability 2. So this one is about evaluating student outcomes. The board, so this is how you're self-evaluating, how you are operating as a board, and evaluating yourselves, evaluating the superintendent, essentially how accountability lives in this district. The board has performed a self-evaluation within the previous 12 months using a research-aligned instrument. You did last August. You performed a self-evaluation using the TASB self-evaluation instrument. I have seen that with my own eyes. I know that it happened. So you have accomplished this one. You also evaluated Superintendent Segura in August or September last fall, so that was done. It was an interim evaluation, but it was an evaluation nonetheless. You also were provided copies of the implementation plan from the superintendent that included campus goals to make progress towards student outcomes, the student outcome goals, and you did not vote on that plan, which is a critical distinction in LSG. So it's important for the superintendent to provide the plan, but when the board chooses to not vote and adopt that plan, they are saying, superintendent, this is your plan. You own this process. We are going to hold you accountable for it, but you own the development of this plan and have the ability to make changes as you see fit, which are the things that we've discussed in the monitoring sessions. So definitely puts you at preparing to focus. The next section is that the board performs self-evaluations using the LSG integrity instrument, which we are literally doing right now. But this evaluation actually only goes through the end of last year, so it stops at December 31st. However, if you will recall, you just adopted this beautiful new board operating procedures manual, and in that manual, you actually codified into policy that you will evaluate yourselves using this Lone Star governance instrument every quarter. So because of that, we get to say you are doing this. You also performed your self-evaluation last year prior to evaluating the superintendent. So because of that, even though it wasn't the LSG instrument, which you're not required to use the LSG instrument on this specific item, we definitely prefer for you to, but it's not clear in this, so you get to check that box. And then finally, the board evaluates the superintendent in part on the results and progress towards student outcome goals and constraints using information within monitoring reports according to the monitoring calendar, which also is language that you have codified into policy. This next section, the board receives at least annually a report on the average cost of staff time spent on governance using the staff tracker, which I think might actually be true. Well, I know that staff is definitely keeping track of the time spent on governance. I don't know if they're using the staff time use tracker from LSG or not, but they are keeping track of that information. But the next criteria is the one. 1 quarter ago, the board performed a self-evaluation using the Lone Star Governance Integrity Instrument and voted to approve the quarterly progress tracker. So 1 quarter ago, you did not, but you're doing it now. So at the end of next quarter, you'll be able to accomplish that. And we'll also ensure that that staff use tracker is, we can work on that process in the meantime as well, so that you'll be at meets focus for this section. So going to systems and processes, we have you at approaches focus. So on this one, the board receives and votes to accept monitoring reports that include the student outcome goal and goal progress measure or constraint progress measure being monitored, the current status of the student outcome goal and GPM or constraint and CPM compared to the previous annual and deadline targets, the superintendent's interpretation of performance, and supporting information that describes any needed next steps. So you definitely have been receiving those reports. In December, you actually began voting to accept those reports. So you can now say, we are doing this. So then looking at approaches focus, all consent eligible items were placed on the consent agenda, and more than 75% of the items were voted on using a consent agenda. That is definitely true for this board. The vast majority of the items you vote on are on consent. You have adopted, so the adopted monitoring calendar has not been modified during the past quarter. Actually, that is not true because y'all just modified it. So we won't be able to be at approaches. We'll be at preparing to focus on this one. But next quarter, you will not, so you're not making any changes this quarter. So next quarter, you should be able to say, yes, we are, we haven't, it is true, we have not made any changes. The next quarter, you will have made changes, so you won't actually be at approaches on this one permanently until the summer, or no, the fall, the one that you do in October. Okay, looking at advocacy and engagement. So we have, I've got things checked on here, but they're not.
Looking at the meets focus criteria for that?
Oh, yeah, we can look at the meets focus. So for on systems and processes, to get to meets focus, the board authorized public meetings in the last quarter did not exceed an average of 4 meetings per month, an average of 3 hours per meeting, and an average of 5 other topics per meeting, which I do anticipate that to be true in the spring. Y'all have had several meetings over the last several months. You've had a lot of work in front of you for the last several months, though. The one that, so this criteria, the board has reviewed its local existing local policies and has only adopted local policies pertaining to board work. This one will not be accomplished until after you have gone through the policy diet process, which I think we currently have slated to happen over the summer or maybe even in the fall. It is usually one of the things that we take boards through kind of later, further down the road in the LSG implementation process. But it can't, and it can be, so you choose how complicated you want that process to be. There's a long way of doing it, and then there's a short way of doing it. We have to talk about kind of what that looks like and what works best for this board when we decide to go into that process. And we'll go ahead and look at meets or masters while we're here. So to get to masters, this is where you have an average of 3 meetings per month, 2 hours per meeting, and an average of 3 other topics per per meeting. So other topics are going to be things that are not voting, not monitoring student outcome goals, or constraints, or self-evaluations, or superintendent evaluations. So essentially, other things. The board received materials to be voted on at least 7 calendar days before the public meeting, which you already have a process in place for that, and no edits to the board's regularly scheduled board meeting agenda in the 3 days prior to or during the meeting, which very rarely happens with this board. So it absolutely is possible for you all to get to masters. We'll probably need to work on the amount of time we're in meetings, but that's why it's masters. Okay, so advocacy and engagement. I wasn't going to go through this one in a lot of depth, but I think I'm going to at least cover them because you're actually getting ready to go through this entire process. So advocacy and engagement talks about the way that the board is engaging with the community. So this board actually has some pretty great processes in place already with the way that you engage with the community here in Austin. There are some improvements that can be made just to enhance the effectiveness. So the first thing is that the board will need to go out and spend some time talking to the community, listening for and discussing the vision and values of the community. So the first section sets the expectation that you're having these conversations with your students. So a lot of times when we think about the community, we think about the parents, we think about voters, we think about the adults. I actually think that this board is an exemplar in this area because you do spend time. You are very inclusive of your students. I actually met a young lady today who has been spending a lot of time and helping out in the board office, which is really great. You don't see that very often. And so this just will set the expectation that you, when you go out and do community engagement, that you're including students in that process. And then the next section or the next criteria is that you're discussing the vision and values of your staff and the rest of the adults that live in your community. To get to approaches focus, the board scheduled time during your board authorized public meetings to recognize the accomplishments of students and staff regarding progress on your student outcome goals. And so one of the things that was really great about tonight's meeting, you actually did spend some time talking about achievements of your students and staff, and specifically student outcomes. This is getting a little bit deeper and focusing on recognizing them as it relates to accomplishing student outcome goals. And then the next is that the board hosted a community meeting to discuss progress towards student outcome goals within each feeder pattern of low-performing campuses during the previous 12-month period, which the board has actually spoken extensively recently about what that might look like. And so I want to lift this up, why this is an expectation in the rubric. When we talk about accountability and improving student outcomes, the buck stops not with the superintendent, but it stops with the board. And the board is accountable to the community for the outcomes of students. So Lone Star Governance encourages the board to be the ones that when things are going, we celebrate you when things are going great, but when things are not going great, to be the group that models the accountability and says, we're here and we're going to speak to you tonight about what's not working on our campuses. So when that happens, which I think that we have a plan to start that next month, you will be at approaches focus. To get to meets focus, the board displays and keeps updated the status and targets of your student outcome goals, GPMs, permanently and publicly in the room in which the board meeting most frequently holds regularly scheduled meetings. So that would be this room. So that just means put up a poster, put up a plaque, post your student outcome goals and your goal progress measures and how they're what kind of progress you're making towards them in this room. Socialize that information and make it present for the people who come to these meetings. And then the next is that the board has led or co-led at least one training on Lone Star governance for its community during the previous 6-month period. Y'all have been doing a lot of work on this, and we want you to talk to your community about it. We want you to really socialize this work in the community so that they support your progress and your growth as well. And then to get to masters, that would require that you're including students in that training for the community. And any newly elected board members are receiving that training before they sit in those seats for the first time. All right. This last piece is the one that I'm most excited to share. So this is about synergy and teamwork. Your board just did a whole lot of work over the last month to codify into policy some systems and processes to make yourselves more effective. And that's what this section speaks to. So the board affirms that at least every 2 years it has reviewed all policies governing board operating procedures, which you did, and you adopted a new manual. And you not only did you adopt a new manual, but you made adjustments to those policies and you codified them before the end of the school year. Those policies pertain to your conflict of interest and ethics statement, and you all sign that manual, and that signature page is clear that no one has, not that no one has conflicts of interest, but where they have it clarifies where those conflicts exist and that they'll recuse themselves when that happens. You included language that a committee's role is to advise the board, not to advise staff. You included language that the board officer's role is to advise the board, not to advise staff. The board has maintained a quorum throughout all of the regularly scheduled meetings for the past 3 months, which is not something that you put into policy, but there's not really a way to put that into policy, but it's something that's true. Get to approaches, the board agrees that every member is responsible for the outcomes of all students, not just students in their region of the school system, which you all have been really great models of that. You also have maintained an average attendance of 70% or higher at all of your regularly scheduled board meetings. And you have set the expectation, and you did codify this into policy, that information provided to one board member is provided to all board members, which is a process you've already had in place, but you've made it formal. So looking at meets focus, the board maintained an average of 80% attendance at your board meetings, which is true. You agree that all board members have adhered to all policies governing board operating procedures, which is true. The board agrees that every board member has completed all statutorily required trainings, which is true. And this last one is the one that I spoke to earlier. The board, rather than the superintendent, led the completion of Lone Star governance tasks, which once we transition from the board office keeping track of your time to board members keeping track of the time, we'll be able to check that box, which will happen by the end of next quarter. Finally, all board members and superintendent have completed the Lone Star Governance Workshop, which is true. All board members and superintendent agree that all board members have adhered to all adopted board constraints. You can't check that one yet because you don't have board constraints, but once you adopt them, I hope that everyone will adhere to them. And then finally, all board members and superintendent agree that none of the board members have given operational advice to staff. And so I also hope that will be true. I think it is true already, but we'll cross that bridge next time. So for this one, you're also at approaches focus. So for the purposes of today's meeting, or today's scorecard, you are at, hold on, we've got 4 here, that should be 0. Okay, so I'm just going to do the math instead of figuring out why that's wrong. So your total score will be 19 points for this quarter. That's really great. Most boards, when I do this, have 0 points. So you should definitely feel very proud of these accomplishments and take this celebration for the win that it is.
Can you please disaggregate that by subgroup?
No. And actually, there is one area that I meant to go back and lift up, but I did not, and that is this section right here. The majority of the board's monitoring sessions during the period being rated were rated effective or highly effective. So we recently had a training last month where we talked about your monitoring sessions, and most of them were not rated effective or highly effective. Actually, and I'm gonna give a score. I don't usually do this, but for the purposes of today, I'm going to. The last session you had was at 46%, which actually was the highest that y'all have had. So that was in December. I want to tell you what tonight's score was for tonight's monitoring session. So tonight's monitoring session, which I was tracking while you were going through it, you scored 98%. So highly effective is 90%. So you definitely should pat yourselves on the back and celebrate that growth. You showed tremendous discipline tonight, and not just discipline, but you were truly focused on understanding what the reality is for students, even when that reality wasn't necessarily comfortable to look at and didn't necessarily make you feel good. You leaned into that, and your questions were on point, and tonight demonstrated that this board does have what it takes to do what it needs for kids. And so you've got 19 points for tonight. I think that by the end of next quarter, you will be at 31 points. And so I'm excited to see what we can do by April.
Thank you, Ashley. Really good job, team. Really appreciate the thoroughness of this presentation, and thank you to my colleagues here on the board and to our staff that has really supported us through all this. You all have been critical partners as we do this work together. So at this time we are actually, does anybody have any comments or anything you want to share? Okay.
I'm sorry.
I
just want to, it has been a lot of hard work, but we're absolutely willing to do this because we know how hard our staff is working for our kids. And we will do this, and we'll do whatever it takes. And just, thank you so much. It's good to know that we're doing the right thing and moving in the right direction.
Thank you. All right. So we are going to formally vote on approving the self-evaluation. So Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion to approve the item, I think it's 14.1, the Lone Star Governance Quarterly Self-Evaluation?
Yes, I move that we approve item 14.1, the Lone Star Governance Quarterly Self-Evaluation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Yay, I knew you were there somewhere. Okay, yep. So is there any discussion on this item? I don't think so. All right, so having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve the item, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so I know you all are waiting for us to vote on item 13. We're going to do and this time I really mean it, it is going to be a very short exec session. I just need to update the trustees on something, but then we will come back out, and Trustee Foster is at 5 minutes tops. So we're going to do 5 minutes tops. So at this time, I know, okay, 15. Okay. Trustee Hunter says 15. So before we move, so we will momentarily convene an exec session to receive legal counsel. We will now recess the open meeting at 10:02 PM and move into exec session pursuant to Texas Government Codes section. These all start with 551. .074, .072, .073, .087, .076, .0821, and .071. When we are finished with the executive session, we will return to the open session. So thank you very much. We'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back. We are now back in open session at 10:13 PM. So our next vote for tonight, it's an important one. It's item 13.1, the appointment of the AISD superintendent and approval of contract. There is a contract that has been uploaded into board docs, in public board docs. So Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion to approve item, oh no, I'm sorry. It's going to be, do I have a motion to approve item 13.1?
Yes, I move that we approve appointment of the AISD superintendent and the approval of the contract.
All right, is there a second?
Trustee Zapata's mic is off.
Oh, Trustee Zapata, are you trying to say something? Okay, we can't hear. Oh, there you go. You second, okay. Trustees, is there any discussion on this item? Okay, Trustee Lugo.
It's been an amazing 3 years of serving on the board, and I've learned so much each year. I think probably a lot in the last few months, especially. One of the responsibilities that the board has, which is really one of the greatest responsibilities, is hiring and holding accountable the superintendent. Gotten lots of emails and messages from folks who had varying opinions about the process and our selection, but I just hope to impress upon the public at large, like, we took this really seriously. And so it was never easy at any juncture or step, and in many ways it's a relief, but this is just the beginning, right? So that's all I had to share.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I'll say a few words. And I just realized we never said who this person was going to be, but you may know, you may guess. It is our lone finalist, of course, and our wonderful interim superintendent, Matias Segura. You have really served with, I want to say honor. It sounds hokey, but like with honor. And by that, I mean, like, I feel like I can trust you. And I feel like we have, there's trust on this board. And I think hopefully you all can see that. And you really have to do that to do the important, like the most critical work that there is for us to do in a society, and that is to educate and take care of our children. So this vote tonight, it's a reflection not only in our faith in you, Matias, but in all the people that you're leading in this organization, and I can't tell you how excited I will be if this vote goes the way that I hope it does. So, anybody else have a comment? Yes, Trustee Foster.
I'll just say that I have full faith, confidence. This is joyous because this is one of the strongest and best hires I've been honored to be a part of in my, professional career. I feel very good about this decision and about where we are going. So I'm ready to get to work.
Secretary Boswell.
Yeah, I think as a community, we've been looking ahead to this month for more than 18 months. It's been a very long road. More than a year of that time has been with this group sitting here together. And I really appreciate the strategy, the knowledge, the curiosity, the energy, and the joy and the humanity that you've brought to this, and the kindness. And I've seen you build a strong team. I've seen you work to fill gaps in your knowledge. I've seen you really embrace this in a way that I think even you didn't fully anticipate would be where this road led. And I really want to echo what Trustee Lugo said, that this is not a continuation. This is a beginning. This is something new with the same team together, but with a new weight and a new level of obligation for all of us together working as a team. And I appreciate you going there with us and being ready to go there. And I'm really excited to see what we're going to accomplish together.
All right. Trustee Kaufman.
I will say one thing, that when we began the process of identifying the profile for a superintendent, one piece that came out very strongly initially a year and a half ago was that this person be a career educator and someone who has teaching experience and certified as an educator. What we heard loudly, especially from educators in our system over the last several months, is that they want Matias Segura to continue in this position. And so as a career educator who has devoted my entire career to this field, I, at this moment, am placing much greater value on the capacity to treat people with humanity and humility, to organize and effectuate change in a district, to understand and implement systems for getting things done. And most importantly than anything else, I would rather have a non-traditional superintendent who supports our educators than an educator who does the opposite. And so for those handful of critics who we still hear from who are concerned about having someone who's not a career educator taking this position, I just want to say that that has been a factor that we have certainly considered over time, and that I feel very comfortable, extremely comfortable, having a newly career educator in this position.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, so having a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Zapata.
Okay. Matias, it's been a journey. And I think one thing that I constantly hear from community, that you understand, you take the time to hear the challenges, and because you are a product of AISD, that is what really helps you understand what we're up against. And so we all appreciate your honesty, and continue to want to work with you in any way. I know the community is with you, and we're ready to move to the next chapter with you. Quiero compartir con las familias hispanas también que ustedes me han dicho mucho que quieren el superintendente Matías porque él entiende nuestros asuntos y sí hace el tiempo para escucharnos. Yo más quiero dar las gracias a todos por su participación en dándonos esta información, porque él sí es el mejor candidato y estamos con mucha alegría que él va a ser nuestro superintendente. Gracias. Thank you, Matias.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. Anyone else? Okay. So at this time, we have a motion by Trustee Kaufman and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve item 13.1. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, the vote is unanimous. Thank you. Looks like we've got a new superintendent. So happy. Thank you. Stand and go, man. What you got?
I'm super excited.
It's going to be wonderful.
It's going to be great.
Woo! That feels good. All right, we have one more vote. The last vote is, you don't have your superintendent certificate yet, do you?
Not yet.
All right, but you're going to. I know
Yes.
it's imminent, and you've been working
Started
hard
the
to make
classes a
that
long time
happen.
ago.
So this means that we have to get a waiver from the state, and so we have a motion regarding this. So Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion to approve item 13.2?
Yes, I move to approve item 13.2, request a waiver for superintendent certification.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Trustees, is there any discussion on this item?
I just want to clarify, the item doesn't require any attachment, right? The item itself is sufficient for this? Okay.
Yes, good question. Thank you. All right, any other discussion?
I'd just like to express, I want to make sure our community knows what you've done, that you have chosen to spend nights and weekends not only getting your superintendent certification and leaning into that learning and knowledge with real curiosity and knowing what you didn't know and being really determined to fill some of that and deepen some of that knowledge, and that you have also done another future superintendent development program through the Council of the Great City Schools that required you to travel all over the country when you could have been doing other things with your family. And that you are now doing another one with the Holdsworth Center, which is supported by Charles Butt, a Texas leadership development program that a lot of us on this board I know have immense respect for. And that you're doing yet another one. So 3 really high quality programs that are bringing very different perspectives, and that is why you will not need this waiver for long.
That's right.
But I think it's really important for our community to know that not only are we requesting a waiver, but we're requesting a waiver for someone who will barely need a waiver for very long.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Thank you for that, Secretary Boswell. All right, so having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve item 13.2. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously. All right, so at this time, believe it or not, trustees, we have another exec session. I think this is a record. So we're going to go into executive session now at the time is now 10:25. And we'll move to exec session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections. These all start with 551, .074, .072, .073, .087, .076, .0821, and .071. And when we're finished with the exec session, we will return to the open session to close out, but not before celebrating just a little bit. So thank you all very much.